We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopabc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
And a very good Friday evening to everybody out there, and thank you for watching the Fine Art Auction here on America's Value Channel. My name is Tony Calderon, and I will be facilitating the show for the first hour, and then your host Ray Taylor will be in at 9 p.m. to take you all the way to 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if I sound a little funny or a little off tonight, you have to forgive me. I had a lot of dental work done Wednesday, so I've got some temporary crowns that are making me feel weird when my speech doesn't feel exactly right, but we'll do the best we can. We've got a loaded show for you tonight. I'm going to give you a quick rundown on tonight's show list, and then we will get the auction started momentarily with this very important piece by Andrew Wyeth, one of America's greatest artists of all time. We're going to talk all about that. It's from a very famous portfolio called The Four Seasons. After this, I'll have one of the Kef ceramic chargers, the earthenware chargers, coming up right after the Andrew Wyeth. Then I have a Banksy from the 2021 Sicily art exhibition. Then when Ray takes over, he's going to have two Farrah Fortnums, an original painting, and a print to go with it. After that, we have a monumental size Lisa Mee sunflower painting. Then we have a now pay attention to this one. We don't get a lot of Fernand Léger, and if you know anything, look him up now, read about him. His paintings sell for $50 to $80 million. He's one of the most important artists of the 20th century. And we have a lifetime original serigraph from Fernand Léger coming up soon. Then we have a Murakami, hand-signed monumental work by Murakami, Takashi Murakami. Then we have the Jean-Claude Navarro. It's one of the incandescent green floating glass pieces by Navarro. It's an awesome Navarro, very large piece. After that, we have a 1716 Da Vinci. Then we're going to have one of the Kef mixed media works with the diamond dust under resin. Then we have the Paul Gauguin from the Noah Noah portfolio of 1926. Then we have the hand-signed Dali from the Homage to Leonardo da Vinci by Salvador Dali. Then we have a Mad Charcoal hand-signed print. And we're ending the show with the 1985 Jean-Michel Basquiat Lifetime Lithograph. So we do have a loaded show for you tonight. So if everybody can settle in and enjoy the show, go ahead and, you can't really go wrong most of the time bidding on this show. The bids are very low. I'm sure if you go to brick and mortar auction houses or anywhere else, you know that you're getting wonderful bids here. We do something very different here with the no minimum bid process and the no reserve process. So you are in the driver's seat as the bidder. You have the advantage. Take advantage of this. This first hour on Friday is usually one of our lowest viewership. Usually the viewership the first hour as the show goes on We pick up people over the night. So the first hour, I try to reward everybody. I put some interesting, valuable pieces in the first hour, just to reward my early bidders. So we are going to get the show started right now with one of my favorite artists of all time, an American icon, a national treasure to the country of America. I consider him the second greatest American artist of all time, right behind Andy Warhol. It's hard not to put Andy Warhol number one. But Andrew Wyeth, I consider an academic more of artist than Andy Warhol. So I consider Andrew Wyeth as America's most decorated artist of all time, meaning that the awards and credentials this man received over his lifetime are off the charts. And we're going to talk all about that right now. So Andrew Wyeth was one of America's most celebrated and recognizable 20th century visual artists, working primarily in realism and regional traditions. Known for his somber palette and high level of precise detail, Wyeth dedicated 7 decades of his career to painting the land, interiors, and the people of 2 specific locations: his hometown in Chatsford, Pennsylvania, and his summer residence in Cushing, Maine. While mainstream 1940 art critics focused heavily on abstract expressionism, that was the time of Jackson Pollock and Willem de Kooning and those guys. Abstract expressionism was really big at that point. Wyeth forged his own independent path, creating works layered with emotional depth, quiet isolation, and mysterious undercurrents. So why do I call Andrew Wyeth the most decorated American artist of all time? Well, let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about this man's achievements and his credentials, and then we are going to talk about this specific piece in just a second. So Andrew Wyeth, listen to the awards that this gentleman and the accolades that he received over his career. In 1947, he got the gold medal for painting from the American Academy of Arts and Letters. That's 1947. In 1963, he was the first painter ever to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom, 1963. In 1988, he won the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest civilian honor that the U.S. Congress can bestow on anybody, any U.S. citizen. Then, in 1952, he won the gold medal at the American Watercolor Society. He has 2 museums dedicated. I've got a $100 opener. Thank you for your bid. Guys, I'm looking for every penny of $5,000 plus on this. This is from his very famous Four Seasons portfolio. And like I said, I'm going to talk all about that in just a second. I just want to go through and just let you know, if you're not familiar with Andrew Wyeth, and I highly recommend that if you ever get to Washington, D.C., go to the National Gallery of Art. They have a whole room dedicated to Andrew Wyeth, a small room. And it is phenomenal. If you ever get a chance and you're in Washington, D.C., check out his exhibit at the National Gallery, and he has an exhibit at the National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C. also. But he has 2 dedicated own museums, the Brandy River Wine Museum in Chatsford, Pennsylvania, and then the Farnsworth Art Museum in Rockford, Maine. So he has 2 dedicated museums to himself. That's a pretty big deal for an artist to have 2 dedicated museums. Now here's the ones that really, to me, really say it all. This really tells the story here. Okay, so he was the first living American artist since John Singer Sargent. That's a pretty big name, American artist, John Singer Sargent. Andrew Wyeth was the second American artist in history, living artist, to be accepted and honored into the Britain's Royal Academy of Art. Now that is, if you don't know anything about the Royal Academy in England and of Britain, that is one of the most prestigious art academies anybody can be associated with. They've been around for, 400 years, and it is a high honor. So he was only the second living American artist ever accepted and awarded a membership into Britain's Royal Academy of Art. Huge deal. Huge deal. And then that was in 1980. In 1977, he was elected to the French Academy of Fine Arts. So not only in the British Royal Academy of Arts, but also elected to the French Academy of Arts. These are credentials that no other American artist has altogether. I mean, there's other American artists that have been accepted into those individually, but he's the only one. Now, here's the biggest one to me. Now, in 1978, he was awarded and elected into the Soviet Academy of Arts. Now, think about that. 1978, that was we were a full-on Cold War with the Soviet Union. That's how much they thought of Andrew Wyeth as an artist. He was elected to the Soviet Academy of Arts in 1978. He is the only American artist that I know that was elected to the Royal Academy in England, the Academy of Fine Arts in France, and the Soviet Academy of Arts in his lifetime. Guys, that's why $5,000 is spot on, and $5,000 and up. $5,000 is about bare bones. I think that's where we should be. It could go for a little bit more. You wouldn't be overbidding. So at $200, you are doing pretty phenomenal. So let's review. The only living American artist to ever be elected into the French Academy of Arts, the Soviet Academy of Arts, and Britain's Royal Academy. That's enough right there to make any career, obviously. That's why when I started this presentation, I started it by saying he is absolutely America's most decorated artist of all time. His credentials, his resume are second to none. He won more awards and more accolades than any other American artist in history. So that's a pretty big deal. Why I said, like I said, it's I have to say Andy Warhol is America's #1 artist of all time. It's hard not to say that. He did change art. He changed art history. But Andrew Wyeth, to me, is the second, and I think they're two different artists. Andy Warhol was a pop artist, obviously. Andrew Wyeth was more of an academic, more of a fine art painter than Andy Warhol, and the credentials say it all. So if you're looking for something a little bit different, we don't get a lot of Andrew Wyeth on the show. He didn't do a lot of prints in his lifetime, and it was actually his wife, Betsy, that talked him into doing this portfolio. He started working on the Four Seasons portfolio in 1958, and they were released in 1963 for sale. So let's talk about some of the museums you can find him in. Thank you for your bid. I got $250. Obviously, like I said, he has his own two museums, the Brandywine River Museum of Art in Chatsford, Pennsylvania. And then he has his own museum called the Farnsworth Art Museum in Rockford, Maine. But then you can find him in the Greenville County Museum of Arts in Greenville, South Carolina. Then he's in the National Gallery. Like I told you, if you're ever in Washington, D.C., I highly recommend it. I took my son 2 years ago. We actually rode the train from Atlanta. We wanted to do this. It was like an experience thing. We got on the train in Atlanta, rode the train for 21 hours in a sleeper car in the Washington, D.C., and spent 3 days in Washington, D.C. touring. And I tell you what, you could spend the whole day in the National Gallery of Art all by itself. But you've got to, D.C. has some of the greatest museums in the world. The National Portrait Gallery, the National Gallery of Art, you've got the Smithsonian there. D.C. is, and I hadn't been to D.C. since I was a kid, and this is a couple years ago, and I was super impressed. All the monuments were beautiful, everything was clean. We did one of the bike tours where the guy pedaled us around at night and went up to all the different monuments. I highly recommend it. If you haven't been to our nation's capital, take a trip there. It's a wonderful trip and lots to see there, lots to do. So highly recommend that. So obviously he's in the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. He's on permanent display at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. We all know it better as the Met. And then he's in the Smithsonian American Art Museum in Washington, D.C. also. The Wyeth Foundation for American Art recently partnered with the Brandywine and Farnsworth Museums to manage over 7,000 of his works, ensuring extensive public access. And I tell you what, I'm going to take a trip to Chatsford, Pennsylvania next year, and I'm going to go see his museum. That's how strongly I feel about Andrew Wyeth. Guys, you might want to jump in here. If you can get this under $2,500, you're doing very well. So let's now, I promised we would talk about the portfolio and this piece specifically. So once again, bear with me here. I've got some temporary crowns in my mouth, and as I talk, I'm biting my tongue because the temporaries are too big. I'm struggling a little bit, so be gentle with me tonight, guys. I'm doing the best I can, but I'm chewing on my tongue as I talk, so it's a little uncomfortable, but I'm doing the best I can. So let's talk about this piece specifically. Why should you bid on this? Well, I just gave you about 50 different reasons why you should be bidding on this, because it's Andrew Wyeth and his hundreds of accolades and credentials. But if that's not enough, let's talk about this specific portfolio real quick. So this one's called Britton's Mill. It was an 18th century historical mill on the property in Chatsford, Pennsylvania, that served as both a longtime home and a major artistic inspiration for American realist artist and painter Andrew Wyeth. In 1958, Andrew Wyeth and his wife Betsy purchased the property, which includes a grits mill originally built around 1720 and the adjacent building that was built in 1824. Betsy restored the stone buildings, and the site became a deeply personal sanctuary where Wyeth painted many of his renowned Brandywine Valley landscapes and interiors. Britton's Mill is also the title of the famous this lithograph is after the dry brush and watercolor from 1958 of the same title by Andrew Wyeth. The stark texture masterpiece depicts the heavy stone mill and granular blank under winter snow. The artwork was later selected by the editors of the editors of Art in America to be reproduced in Wyeth's highly collectible 1963 portfolio titled The Four Seasons. What do I have here? Guess what I have here? I have the lithograph from that 1963 portfolio commissioned by Arts in America. That's a big deal, guys. Andrew Wyeth didn't do a lot of prints. These were actually commissioned and produced and published by Arts in America in conjunction with the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Do you know how rare it is for a museum to publish anything? Museums don't typically do that. That's not what they do. So this is a huge deal. This is a very rare portfolio titled The Four Seasons. You're getting Britton's Mill from that portfolio, and there's only 12 different images in the whole portfolio. So this is one of the 12 images. 9 of them are in color, 3 are in black and white. I believe we have another one called Teal's Island on Sunday night from this portfolio. About 2 months ago, we sold, I'm drawing a blank on the titles, what we sold a couple months ago. Early October was one of them we sold a couple months ago. And then there was one called I'm drawing a blank. I apologize. It'll come to me in just a second. But once again, you have a chance to bid on a historical, very important American art portfolio published by Arts in America in conjunction with the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and I'm under $1,000. We don't get a lot of Wyeth, guys. If you like Wyeth, if you want to collect something by Andrew Wyeth, there's very few chances. We cannot afford one of his originals. His original paintings are off, a small watercolor would be a couple $100,000. He didn't do a lot of prints in his lifetime. So anytime you have a chance to collect an American legend like Andrew Wyeth and one of his prints, and not only one of his prints, but from the very famous, historically significant Four Seasons portfolio, you should be jumping all over this. I'm at $350. That doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem fair that something published by Arts in America and the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and now this mill and the property that Andrew Wyeth shared with his wife Betsy for their whole lives is now on the National Register of Historical Places in the United States. So that should say it all, guys. He's a national treasure. He's one of the greatest artists America ever produced. And I'm not even at $500. That is quite shocking, guys. If you can hear the sound of my voice, I highly, highly, highly recommend jumping on the phone as quickly as possible because we're going to have to move on. I'm going to review real quick. Once again, the only American artist to ever be accepted and elected to the French Academy of Fine Arts, the Soviet Academy of Fine Arts, Britain's Royal Academy, the first painter in American history in 1963 to win the Presidential Medal of Freedom. 1988, he receives the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest award a U.S. civilian can receive from Congress. These are things that nobody's ever going to repeat, guys. He has 2 of his own museums. He won the gold medal of painting from the American Academy of Arts and Letters in 1947. He won the National Medal of Arts in 2007. I mean, the gold medal of the American Watercolor Society in 1952. He's in the permanent collection of the National Gallery of Art, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Smithsonian, and he has his own 2 museums. I'm going to ask for one more minute. I will bid it out. I'm sorry, guys. This is so far underbid. This one's killing me. I've got 4 1/4 looking for 450. I got 4 1/4. I know the deal. This one is completely underbid. I'm not even 10 cents on the dollar. Not even close. And we're not counting the frame. I'm not even talking about the frame on this. Let me measure that for you real quick. But I'm only at 4 1/4. One of the most famous American art portfolios ever created, The Four Seasons by Andrew Wyeth. You got 25 inches by 20 inches, 25 by 20. And I've only got about 30 seconds. You are bidding on American history here, guys. Andrew Wyeth, to me, America's second greatest artist of all time. And I've got 450. I got 450 looking for 475. I got 450. I'm under $1,000. This one hurts. I got 450 looking for 475. I got $450 going once on the Andrew Wyeth, guys. This one is extremely underbid. I've got 450 going once. Wow. Maybe I should have put this later in the show. I've got 475. Thank you for that bid. I got 475 looking for 5. I hope this is not an omen for the rest of the night, because this one is this is a home run for the bidder and not so much for the auction house. But congratulations. I got 475 going once. It takes a while. I know the first lot on a Friday, we're getting warmed up. But this one is a no-brainer. Anything under $2,500, you can't go wrong. Once again, a very famous portfolio titled Four Seasons by Andrew Wyeth, commissioned by Arts in America and the Metropolitan Museum of Art, curated by his wife, Betsy. He is American. He's as American as an apple pie, guys. I've got 475 going once. I've got 475 going twice. I got 500. Thank you for your bid. I got 5 looking for 550. I got $500 looking for 550. I got $500. Once again, apologize for my speech pattern tonight with my dental work. I'm biting my tongue every time I talk with these temporary crowds. So I got 500 going once, 500 going twice. Congratulations, bidder. You just bought a piece of American history for pennies on the dollar. Sold. Congratulations.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! California! Sold it under my... Sold at $41,000. Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for Kev.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back live at the auction. I hope I get a little bit more activity on the Simon Rowland, or as we better know him as Kef, than we did on the Andrew Wyeth. I congratulate my winning bidder on that. You can go to bed tonight knowing you did exceptionally well collecting an Andrew Wyeth from one of the most famous print portfolios in American history, the Four Seasons. But we're soldiering on and we're moving forward. And now we have one of the awesome, just incredible works of art, one of the earthenware chargers with the decoration in colors under glaze by Kef. Guys, I'm sure everybody that's watching right now, we might have some new viewers here and there, but I'm sure you're all very familiar with Kef. We've been working with him since, I'm going to say about 2017. He is now an international superstar. There's no question about it. I think it's only for our relationship and being with him from pretty much the beginning is the only reason that he really he doesn't need us anymore. He's doing commission works for Porsche, BMW, Urban Outfitters. He's in China, he's in Germany, he's in France. He is a superstar, and he's a global superstar. And I'm not exaggerating that. That is the reality. It's been very interesting to be a part of his career, a small part of his career from, he was working before we met him, but we met him for the first time at the Paris Salon in 2017. And since then, it's been nothing but up and up for him. He's already had his own one-man museum shows. He's done hundreds of group exhibitions across the globe. He's got 5 years of commission work in China that he's working on right now. He goes back and forth from Berlin to China, and then he comes to America twice a year. And we have him on the show twice. I think we've had him on the show probably about 8 to 10 times live on the show over the last 9 years. So we are very fortunate to have the relationship we do with him. Because I got a 200 opener, thank you for your bid. Because like I said, he has outgrown us, but I think it's just because of the relationship and the years that we've been together. He allows us to keep continuing to auction off his artwork. And like I said, he could go to China. He told me last time he was here, he could stay in China for 5 years and never run out of work with the commission works and everything that he gets in just in the country of China. But, he's from Germany, he's from Berlin. He gets homesick. He likes to go back home for a little, times here and there. He travels quite a bit. These were actually done in Italy, the ceramic works that you're looking at now. So these are high quality potter's wheel, hand done, hand glazed ceramic works. Let's go ahead and show the cert real quick on this. We'll get that out of the way for you. And if you're curious, they measure 16 inches around. So it's 16 inches around. So you got Kef, German artist, born in 1989. Lotus from the Shadow Sea, number 4. Original earthenware charger with decorations in color under glaze. Example EA of 20 in the world. Only 20 in the world. Let's go back to the art. I'm not sure, is this number 1? It is number 1. All right, well, you know what? Let's bid on number 1. I did not know I had number 1. So you know what? Let's go ahead and put that in the red banner on the bottom of the graphics. Bidding on artist proof, number 1. Now, we all know the number 1 always carries a caveat and a premium. They usually go for, is it worth more than number 2? Technically, no, but technically, yes, because human nature, people want the number 1. And especially when it's an artist proof number 1. That is the holy grail to an art collector, to get the number 1 in a series of artist proofs. So here you can see he's hand signed, dated. He actually signed it with his tag, Kef, and his full real name, Simon Rowland. Dated 2026, EA edition 1 of 20, artist proof edition of 1 of 20. And it has the studio engraved blind stamp from the Morandi studio where, where it was created. So that's all bells and whistles there, guys. But yes, I'm shocked as you are that we have Artist Proof #1 available for sale, up for auction right now. Who's going to swoop in when the room is very small right now? So if you've ever wanted to collect a #1 of a Simon Rowland, this might be your best opportunity. Last time I had a #1 from the Charger series like this, it went for $2,700. The last time we had a #1 Artist Proof, it was been about a month or two. I think it might have been here when we sold it, but it was $2,700 that #1 went for in that series. So if you're looking for something unique, spectacular, and there can only be one #1, guys, and this is it. I've got $300 bid. Thank you for that. So Kef is his stage name or his graffiti tag. His real name is Simon Rowland. He's a contemporary German street and museum artist known for abstract flowing line work. Born in 1989 in Germany, he currently lives and works in Berlin. His styles are considered abstract, using swirling lines, organic waves, and hypnotic patterns, inspired by nature, freedom, and his Buddhist philosophy. Kef, his moniker, translates to scar, representing the permanent mark left by painting on walls. So it's a kind of a pun on that for his, what we would call his tag or his street art, his graffiti name, Kef. His design spaces, installation, he's been commissioned by Google, PayPal, Preems, Urban Outfitters, BMW, Porsche. He's had his own one-man museum shows already. I've got 500. Remember, you are bidding on Artist Proof #1. Last one I had went for $2,700. So if you want a #1, I don't know when I'll come across another #1. It's not $550, thank you for your bid. It's not like, I've got 800, thank you. It's not like 5 or 6 years ago when we were getting the whole editions. He is such in demand now, we might get 5 or 6 from each edition of the 20. We don't have the whole editions like we used to get 5 or 6 years ago. He's too much in demand and they're too valuable. I mean, he gets 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times more in a gallery setting or his exhibition setting than he gets here. But we do give him a lot of exposure, and we've presented him to a lot of people across the United States, Canada, Australia, and we have a great relationship with him. And you can rest assured that he is just a fine, fine human being. He's one of the nicest people, one of the most humble, soft-spoken people I've ever met. And I get, every time he comes into town to do a show, Ray and I will take him out to dinner and hang out with him. And he's just a delight. He's a pleasure to be around. He's such a nice guy. So you're not only bidding on the phenomenal artist and the sensation that he is, but you're also contributing to just a good human being. It's nice to know that the people that you're buying their art or supporting are not just really talented artists, they're fine people. And he falls into that category. One of the nicest people, hands down, I've ever met. So in the not this past World Cup, but the one before it, and the one that was in, now is it Qatar or Qatar? I've heard Qatar, but Qatar, I've heard Qatar. But then I heard people pronounce it as Qatar. But in that World Cup, he was one of the, I think there was 9 of them, 9 or 10 official artists that he did the goalpost for the World Cup in Qatar or Qatar. I've heard it pronounced both ways. I'm not sure which one's proper. So I will just say, I've always heard Qatar, but then recently I've heard Qatar. A lot of people saying Qatar. So it's kind of like Turkey, the country of Turkey. When we've had this World Cup last time, they changed the pronunciation to Turkey. They changed the spelling and the pronunciation. I guess it's their prerogative if they want to change the name of their country, or maybe we were pronouncing it wrong all the time. Who knows? As Americans, we just think of turkey. I like turkey. I like Thanksgiving. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are bidding on Artist Proof #1. I'm under $1,000. Last time I had a #1 by Simon Rowland in the earthenware chargers like this, it went for $2,700. And I've got an $800 bid. Boy, the room is small. It is early on a Friday. I just sold an Andrew Wyeth from the Four Seasons portfolio for $550. Andrew Wyeth from the Four. I'm still a little miffed about that one, but I'm under 1,000 on the number one artist proof, the ceramic earthenware charger by none other than Kef. And when I say international soup, 900. Thank you for your bid. I'm not just exaggerating that. He is an international phenomenon. He is a superstar. And to be able to get one of his number ones of his artist proof, I've got $1,000. Thank you for your bid. I've got 1,000. Now we're in the $100 bids. Guys, we are $1,700 under the bidding on the last number one of these we had. And this one's absolutely beautiful. I love that blue background. I love the color pattern on this one. I've got 11. Thank you for your bid. I got 1,100 looking for a $1,200 bid. Once again, hand signed, not only with his moniker or his street tag, Kef, dated 2026, but he also, with his full signature, Simon Rowland, numbered EA, artist proof, one of only 20, with the Morandi Studio blind stamp there, the engraved blind stamp. All the bells and whistles on this Kef, guys. And once again, a treat for my early viewers. I try to reward you guys to tune in a little early. Kind of shot myself in the foot with the Andrew Wyeth a little bit, but you know what? We're used to that around here. The bidders usually have their way with us, and that's fine. It's a labor of love for Ray and I after 20 years. We don't make a lot of money, trust me. If we would have made a lot of money, I think we'd both probably be in, Ray'd probably be in Hawaii, and I'd probably be somewhere, I don't know where I would be, but living in a mountain somewhere and stop bothering people. That's where I would go, Darren. Go live on a mountain and stop bothering people. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you one last minute. Once again, you are bidding on artist proof number one. You've got 1 minute to get your bid in. And like I said, it is the holy grail for any art collector to be able to collect a number one of any portfolio, but especially when you're doing the artist proof number one. That adds a caveat. Now, I'm just being honest with you. What's up, Kim? Yes, we can still do the framing. I don't have a sample of the frame to show them what it looks like, but if they remember what it looks like, I have no problem with that. And you know what? I will do this. The winning bidder on number one, I will frame it for free if they want it framed. Only on number one. That's another caveat to bid on this, guys. If you remember, they have a beautiful shadow box frame that they put these in, and they leave the back open so you can still see the signatures and everything. So I will include the frame. If you want it framed, I will do number one, include it with your bid. Where's my bid at? Where are we at? 1,800. I got 1,800 looking for 19. 2,000. Thank you for your bid. I got 2,000 looking for 21. I got 2,000 looking for 21. I've got $2,000 looking for 2,100. I've got $2,000 going once. Did I hear 21? Yeah, I'm sorry. 2,100 looking for 22. 2,200 looking for 23. 2,300 looking for 24. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I will frame number one if you're the winning bidder, if you want it framed. Now, if you want 3D art, like I love collecting sculptures and stuff like this. If you don't want it framed, that's fine. But I will include the framing with number one. I can only do that on the number one, but if they do want it framed, I'm more than happy to have it framed for you. I've got $2,500. We usually charge $250 for the frame, but on this number one, I will include it on it. And we will have to ship it back down to my framer, but it'll take a couple extra days, but we will take very good care of it, get it to our framer, and have it framed for the winning bidder if they want it framed. I've got $2,500 going once. I've got $2,500 going twice. Now, I will say this. If you're on the phone and you don't win number one, I'm going to have a deal. I've got 3 other ones from the edition of 20. I'll do a set price on those in just a second, as soon as I bid this out. I've got $2,500 going once. I'm sorry? I've got I've got 20, I had 3 total, so we have 2 extra that aren't number 1. Sorry about that. $2,500, congratulations. Are they getting it framed? Yes. Awesome, I was happy to take advantage of that. Framing, free, Ray will pay for it out of his own pocket. Sold, Ray, you're a nice guy, buddy. Ray's paying for your framing, how about that? He's a great guy, swell guy, that Ray Taylor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's my deal. Now, I only have 2 other examples of the 20. Only 2 other examples. So number 1 has been sold. That's gone. It was $2,500. I've got 2 other examples. I don't know which numbers you'll get. They'll be between 2 and number 20. I will do those at $1,095.95. $1,095.95. Hope that's not too confusing for my graphics, guys. So I only have 2 available at that price. If I could throw that price up on the graphics for me, $1,095.95. Only 2 opportunities here. Only 2. You'll be getting numbers between 2 and 20. I don't know which ones you'll get. Let me give me a 2-minute clock. Only have 2 opportunities here, guys. Only 2. And if you want it framed, if you remember, I wish I had a sample of the framing. They're gone? Well, that didn't take long, guys. I appreciate everybody watching, everybody's interest on the KEF, but we're going to go ahead and move on to my last lot before Ray Taylor takes over, which is going to be the Banksy. We'll be right back. What a great transition. What a great leadway, a segue into, we go from Germany's greatest street artist to England's greatest street artist, and I guess you would have to say the most successful, greatest street artist of all time, none other than Banksy. Once again, I apologize I've got these temporary crowns in. Every time I talk, I'm biting my tongue. You know how when they give you temporary crowns, they're bigger than they should be? And every time I speak, it's like shredding the side of my tongue. So it's like, it's pleasant. It's real pleasant. I spent 6 hours in the dental chair Wednesday. At least I was sedated, so I don't remember any of it. But I tell you what, it was 6 hours of dental work on Wednesday, and I am just now recovering from that. So apologize if some of my speech sounds a little slurred or a little off. I do apologize for that, but I'm doing the best I can, Darren. That's all I can do, right? All right, so let's talk about Banksy. I'm sure, unless you've been living under a rock or something, I'm sure everybody's heard the name Banksy. He's probably the most famous living artist on the planet. And we're still not 100% sure. I mean, I know there's been recent developments in his identity, but they're still not 100%. So I'm gonna stay on the side of caution to say he's still the anonymous artist Banksy. Now, what I love, my first exposure to Banksy. Now, I grew up skateboarding. I was a sponsor when I was a teenager. I was a sponsored skateboarder. I was sponsored by Stiff Sticks and a couple different companies. I used to skate in skateboarding competitions from the time I was 13 till about 15 years old, and then I started focusing more on baseball in high school and stuff. I gave up skateboarding. But when I was skateboarding, I got to experience and got to hang out and meet Shepard Fairey, which is America's greatest street artist. I don't think anybody will argue that point, that Shepard Fairey might be America's, I'm not going to say the greatest or American living artist because Jeff Koons is still alive, but Shepard Fairey is definitely one of the most important street artists out there. So I did skateboarding, was exposed to him at a younger age and got to know him. Actually, Shepard Fairey, my first exposure to Banksy was the movie titled Exit Through the Gift Shop. And in that movie, Shepard Fairey was featured in that movie with Banksy and with Mr. Brainwash and several other of the biggest street artists of the time. And that's what really put him on the map. If you've never seen Exit Through the Gift Shop, do yourself a favor and watch it. And then I have another I don't know, it used to be on Peacock streaming service. I'm not sure if it's still on there, but there's a great movie called The Rise of Outlaw Art. And it's about street art and the rise of street art. And one of the artists we used to have on the show, a gentleman named Ben Ein, and we couldn't hold on to him because this stuff sells for $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, and we were selling them for $2 million. So we had a very short relationship with Ben Ein. But he is one of the main people and he grew up with Banksy when they were kids in England. So obviously he knows who Banksy is. Obviously Shepard Fairey and Mr. Brainwash know who he is. They worked with him. They did a guerrilla art installations with him, and you can see all about that at Exit Through the Gift Shop. But if you have never seen it, The Rise of Outlaw Art, or Outsider Art, and it's the story of Banksy and the rise of outlaw art. I highly recommend that. It used to be on Peacock. I haven't checked to see if it's still on there. But do yourself a favor, watch Exit Through the Gift Shop and the Rise of Outlaw Art featuring Banksy and Ben Ein. Ben Ein's really prominent in that movie. He's interviewed throughout the whole thing. And he actually talks about when Banksy and him were kids, when they were growing up, street art, they didn't consider it real street art unless you stole the paint. That's how they grew up. So it wasn't considered real graffiti unless you stole the materials to make the graffiti. So he tells stories about him and Banksy and a couple other kids stealing paint and spray paint from stores in England and little shops. It's really interesting. So that's how guerrilla style art they were at that time. They didn't even consider it real street art unless you actually stole the paint to make the street art. And that's when, before they were being commissioned to paint murals, they were doing this, what they call guerrilla style. In the middle of the night, they would go out, paint walls, tag walls, whatnot. And right now, a lot of those, I was watching a movie the other night. It's a horror movie. What was the name of that movie I was watching the other night? Do Not Enter, about the hotel in New Jersey. And it was an underground tunnel, and they found the lost Basquiat. And the guy immediately the guy pulls out a chisel and hammer and starts chiseling it off the wall, and the other guy's getting mad at him for destroying the Basquiat. And it was a pretty interesting movie. It's a horror movie. If you're not into that, I wouldn't recommend it because it is a pretty graphic horror movie. But it was a cool scene. They're in an underground tunnel going into this fictitious hotel in New Jersey, and it's like an underground tunnel full of graffiti, and they found the Holy Grail, the lost Basquiat. And immediately the one guy pulls out a hammer and chisel and starts chiseling it off the wall. The other guy they start fighting over it. But interesting, but that's how big street art is now. And there's also a great documentary about Banksy they did on HBO years back. It was Banksy Comes to New York. And it was funny to watch because Banksy was in New York City in Manhattan for a week, and he did 7 different installations over a 7-day period. And he did one on a construction site. And what he did was he took the bricks from a construction site and rebuilt the Great Pyramids of Giza. And just like Americans, the next morning, guy backs up with a box truck and starts loading it onto the box truck. Everybody's there trying to look at it, and this guy's stealing all the bricks. Every installation he did, within 24 hours, somebody stole it or took it. Nobody even got it was funny listening to Banksy talk about it in the shadow little thing that he did. That none of his things even lasted 24 hours in New York City because people would just come up and take them. But you can't blame people because one of those bricks, they were selling them on eBay for like $130,000 per brick. I'm not sure if anybody was actually paying that, but that's the kind of gravitas that the name Banksy carries with it these days. So let's talk about this. What is this? Why is this important? This is from a I wish I could have, you know what? This is from, my dad was born in Sicily, and this was an art exhibition held in Sicily between 2021 and 2022. And it was a Warhol to Banksy art exhibition. I can't imagine a better art exhibition or exhibit to go to than Warhol to Banksy. Two of my favorites. I mean, I love Andy. I mean, how can you not love Andy Warhol? I mean, the guy was a genius. So you had Warhol to Banksy, a very famous exhibit. That's when this was published by the museum during that exhibit. It's from the deluxe edition. Let's go ahead and show the cert real quick. I'll do that for you. You got the artist Banksy. He was born in great year of 1974. What a great year. Good time to be alive. Title is Love is in the Air, and this one is one of his absolute most famous images. Offset lithograph in colors on thick wove paper from the deluxe edition, executed for the exhibition at the Palazzo della Cultura in Sicily in 2021. It's extremely rare. So the deluxe edition, I believe they only did about 200 of these for the museum exhibition, and that was it. They are becoming increasingly hard to find. Let's go back to the art. I'm going to measure it for you real quick. I'll get you a ruler on that so you know what the size is. It's going to be roughly, I'm going to say spot on 35 inches by 27 inches. 35 by 27. So you got a full size. I'll put a yardstick up to it so you can get a diagonal well over 36 on the diagonal. So you're looking at about a $700 frame easily. Why do I say that? Well, it's custom wood framing. You got a matte, linen wrap matte, black, I'm sorry, once again my teeth. Black linen wrap matting with a black lacquer fillet inside. Easily a $700 frame in a retail framing environment. No way you're getting out the door for less than $700 for that frame. So once again, this is from the Sicily art exhibit, Banksy and Warhol, which ran from November 20th, 2021 to June 2nd, 2022. The location was in Sicily at the Palazzo della Cultura, and it was to celebrate the gap between Andy Warhol and the rise of Banksy. A dialogue and comparison between the two masters, communicators who turned anti-establishment or consumer culture into global brands. Andy Warhol's pop art and Banksy's anonymous street art inventions. That would have been a phenomenal art exhibition to go to. I mean, that would have been worth the trip to Sicily just for that. And I know I've got a lot of Calderones in Sicily that still, you know, I could probably look up and long lost cousins and alike that still live in the country. My dad was actually born in Sicily, and he came over here when he was 8 years old. So yeah, Sicily has a place in my heart, obviously. My grandparents on my dad's side didn't speak too great of English. I remember them, and I'll never forget my grandmother. So my grandmother had 3 sons, my dad and his 2 brothers, and she had 1 daughter. And all 3 of her sons married Irish women. And I'll never forget she was 4'9". She's from Sicily, right off the boat. And my little grandmother from Sicily used to complain all the time that all of her sons married Irish women. I'll never forget that when I was a little kid. She used to talk about it all the time. How did all of my sons marry Irish women, my grandmother would say. All 3 of my Italian boys married Irish women. But where I was from in Pennsylvania, there was a big contingent of Irish, Polish, Italian. So it was a good mixture of perfect American mixture there of the Italian and Irish. It's quite the combination too, you know, Italian and Irish. That's a pretty good combination if I say so myself. So once again, you are bidding on the deluxe edition from the Andy Warhol to Banksy exhibition held in Sicily in 2021 to 2022. From the deluxe edition, only 200 were produced for the museum show. Guys, things like this are going up to $10,000, and in 10 years, they'll be 20, 25. Artifacts like this from Banksy. Now, the important thing to know is Banksy doesn't do this stuff anymore. He doesn't make offset lithographs or reproductions of his street art installations anymore. He stopped doing that a couple years ago. So, anytime you get a chance to collect a document, a Banksy document, I highly recommend it, especially when I'm a third of the price of the frame. Can't go wrong there. What am I at, 3 1/4? Yes. All right, I'm 1 bit away from half the price of the frame, but that's okay. That's what we do here. We soldier on. But I know for a fact, other examples from this portfolio or from this exhibition and other things along this line, like Beyond the Streets, are up to $10,000 to $12,000. And that's just a fact. Anything associated with Banksy, I've got $350. Thank you for your bid. I'm half the price of the frame now, guys. I highly recommend jumping on the phone, putting a Banksy in your collection for pennies on the $375 bid. Thank you for your bid. I've got $375 looking for a $400 bid. I've got $375 looking for $4. I've got $400 looking for a quarter. $400 looking for a quarter. I've got $400 looking for a quarter bid. 4 1/4. Thank you, Bib. $450. Thank you, Kim. I got $450 looking for $475. I've got $450. $475. Bev, thank you. I'm still $200 under the frame price. Kimberly, you know what? I'm sorry, I was talking to my stage manager, Kim, here. She's doing a fine job as usual. I've got a bunch of phone representatives waiting to talk to you. I guess they didn't want to talk to Darren. They hung up on him. But I don't know why anybody would talk to that guy. But. All right, guys. I am literally 4 more bids away from the frame price. But you know what? Unfortunately, we are kind of used to it around here. I've given up getting frustrated or getting upset or bewildered or befuddled or bedazzled or bedazed or any of those B words that you want to use. After 20 years, I don't think anything really shocks me anymore, but I get taken back every now and then, like the Andrew Wyeth at $550 from the Four Seasons portfolio, commissioned by the Metropolitan Museum of Art and Arts of America. Wow. Whoever won the Andrew Wyeth, once again, congratulations. Congratulations to my winning bidder on the KEF and my 2 buy it nows on the KEF. You did very well on that. And now I am giving away on pennies on the dollar. At $5,000, I think you would be in a very safe place. Imagine where you're at this moment. I'm going to ask for 1 more minute. I'm going to bid it out. Ray Taylor is chomping at the bit to take over. He can't wait to get on stage. He's got a full show for you tonight. We are ending the show with a Lifetime Basquiat. We have a great Jean-Claude Navarro. I mean, we have really got into the meat of the collection of the Navarros. What else do we have tonight, Ray? We've got the hand-signed Dali from the Homage to Da Vinci portfolio. We've got the large hand-signed Murakami. We've got a museum caliber show tonight. Yeah, large Murakami, hand-signed. Fine. I mean, that's one of the biggest Navarros I've seen. And I mean, we've got a huge show for you tonight, but I've got to bid this one out. Ray Taylor on deck, your host, Ray Taylor, taking over here in just a minute. And he's going to kick off his set with the world-famous British street artist, Farrah Fortnum. And once again, we had a chance to meet her a while back, and she's on the level with KEF. Just a fine human being. Somebody you would love to have lunch with and just talk to. Like, a lot of them are. Lisa Mee is a wonderful person. KEF's a wonderful person. Farrah Fortnum's a wonderful person. They're all just lovely people. And it's nice to know you're supporting good people. All right, I've got last call, fair warning. Let's go. I got looking for 5, last call. All right, fair and final, guys. Last call. All right, going once, going twice. Sold. Ray will be up in just a second.
Enter the vibrant world of Farrah Fortnum, a contemporary artist whose canvas stretches from intimate studio pieces to the arresting power of street art. Based in Bristol, UK, Farrah channels her creativity into a passionate dialogue about our planet, urging us to see, feel, and act. Farrah's art is a compelling fusion of color and conscience. Working with bold palettes and fluid forms, she transforms spaces, whether it's the side of a building breathing life into the urban landscape or a canvas that draws you in. Her distinctive style captures both the beauty and the fragility of the natural world, making every piece a statement. At the heart of Farrah Fortnum's work lies a profound connection to environmentalism. Deeply moved by the urgent need to protect our ecosystems, particularly rainforests, she uses her art as a vehicle for awareness and change. Each brushstroke is imbued with purpose, highlighting the climate crisis and celebrating the resilience of nature. Her impactful work resonates widely, featured in platforms like the renowned Upfest Street Art Festival, and created in collaboration with organizations such as the Rainforest Alliance. Farrah Fortnum is not just creating art, she's fostering conversations, building bridges, and painting a vision for a more sustainable future, one powerful image at a time. For collectors seeking art with beauty, depth, and meaning, Farrah Fortnum offers a unique opportunity to invest in a voice that matters. Discover the world through her eyes here at the Fine Art Auction.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ray Taylor, and welcome to the Fine Art Auction. And what a show. What a truly world-class show. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You could open an art gallery with just one show tonight. And again, a big congratulations to whoever got the Andrew Wyeth Four Seasons for $550. I think our record is north of $5,000 on that. But it's a live auction with no minimum bid. Anything can happen. Make sure you're registered. Registration is free. All of your bidding, buying, shipping, all of your data, 100% confidential. I'm very proud to say that in 20 years and 3 months live TV, that's big, we've never sold a name on a mailing list. So bid and buy with confidence. Over 80,000 people already have. Let's get going, because this is live and this is real and it's happening right now. And I'm not kidding about the no minimum bid. I take that serious. You can see Tony does too. On the frame now, that is going to be 28, 28, 28 by 28. And I do want to point out a couple of things. I'm going to get a little flashlight over here because, you know, we have a tendency to overlook the details, and I do too. If we come up like in the upper right-hand corner, no charge fingerprints, that is real wood. That's not a paper matting board. Do you see what I mean? And look at the construction on that. Beautiful, ornate lacquer. Now, a frame like this is going to run you well over $700, and it's the details. Yeah, that's linen wrapped around the wood. That's not a paper. See, without the light, it looks like a paper matting board. But when you get it home, we've had a lot of people say, wow, this is really elegant. They really put a lot, and everything is acid-free construction. One last thing, if we come down to the corner of the art, you see it doesn't overlap. It doesn't overlap. And that's called a float mount. Now that's expensive. Why do we do that? Because a matting board would cover it and you'd block a portion of the art. But by doing it that way, you can see the deckled edge on that handmade paper, and you show the document in its entirety, in toto, if you will. That's very valuable. That is expensive framing. Let's go to the certificate. Farrah Fortnum, Heartburst. I remember on Sweetie's birthday, I bought her a new puppy, a Shiba Inu, Sergeant Jerry. And she goes, my heart is bursting with joy. Best day ever. The original acrylic painting on paper, signed by the artist lower right, a unique work executed by Farrah Fortnum in 2026. And that's another little detail there. Fresh to the market. Never been offered in an art gallery, never been offered at auction. And if you are a long-time art collector, you know that a work of art can go from, over a period of, 10 years, 20 years, it can go to 5 or 6 galleries. And that's not unusual. It just hasn't found a home yet. But when a work of art, and this is insider slang, if a work of art has been sitting in the gallery lingering, let's say, for 10 or 20 years, there are a few that say, well, that work's been burned. And I disagree. It hasn't found a home yet. Let's go to my computer. Some people just look like artists. She painted her face to look like one of her paintings. I just think that's wonderful. And she looks like an artist. She talks like an artist. We've had her here on the show. What a perfect lady, talented, beautiful. A 10 in every category. But what I like about artists is this is the way they really talk. This is the way they really talk. I am a human from planet Earth, a female born in London, and an abstract artist now based in Bristol. I don't know what I'm doing here. There. I paint on, let's go back to the art. I'll print it out for the winning bidder. I paint on walls, buildings, paper, clothing, cars, vans, shoes, handbags. I even use my own face as a canvas. I love to create conscious art joyfully. Now, 6 years ago in 2020, during COVID lockdown, she said the local art tour I was about to join was canceled. So I decided to paint my very first mural on the wall of my front garden. I think that's beautiful. And what began as a small, spontaneous project has grown into something very exciting. I've now painted over 100 murals. You know who else painted 100 murals? Weiland. His are a little bigger. Go to Long Beach Convention Center. What is it, 3 acres of paint? Anyhow, I've been leaving my mark across Bristol and beyond. My work has taken me to Cornwall, to Bath, to Wales, London, France, and Sweden. I've been creating pieces, murals, for art festivals, private clients, schools, businesses, hospitals, and high-profile exhibitions like the Van Gogh Expo. These murals have been an unexpected but wonderful addition to my art career. I am in awe of life in general, but I love the soothing aspect of the rivers and oceans and the tranquility of forests and rainforests. As the devastating effects of human impact on these vital ecosystems continue to unfold, my work stands as a call to action to protect and nurture Mother Earth for all and future generations. Painting is a form of meditation for me. The outside three-dimensional world disappears, and another interconnected world opens up. I feel as if I have entered into another realm. You know who says that? Every artist, including me. I would paint for 3 hours, and I'd look up and go, what? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I know I think darn near every artist has that. Anyhow, so I mostly paint from my heart and how I feel in that moment, rather than what I experience with my usual senses. That sounds like Kef. That sounds like a lot of artists. Luckily for me, most of the time that feeling is joy. My art is an invitation to immerse yourself in the joyful essence of life. I like her. I like her an awful lot. And of the seen and unseen beauty that surrounds us. It also reminds us that we are all connected to each other, and the whole cosmos is a giant tapestry. We are a precious and conscious species, human beings and humankind. Let's be ourselves. Let's be kind. I think that's been the message of our show for 20 years. Let's observe, let's feel, let's reconnect, not divide. Let's remember that even in the darkness, we have endless light and love all around us. In closing, currently I'm creating free murals for schools in Bristol as part of my belief that children are the future. And I want them to feel hope, to understand the power of painting their dreams, and to see that they can help shape the world they wish to live in. I agree, Farah. I think you're wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Now, the one on the right is an original. That is the original painting, and that is absolutely spectacular. I mean, think about it. First, I don't know the sequence, but I'm assuming you paint the dots in the center and work outward. Every stroke is perfect. It requires pressure, movement, and lifting. You can make a boo-boo real easy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is beautiful. This is museum grade. I mean, that really is. You're looking at a true world, $900? Well, like Tony said, let's sweeten the pot. Can we put a close-up on the one on the left? And I am getting a little bit of the Fibonacci sequence spiral, the cosmos, the eternity. We'll include an $1,800 print as a gift. So the winning bidder will get the original painting and an artist proof. They will get the original painting and an artist proof. I'm at $900. That's $450 each. Guys, we're looking at about, okay, I'm going to look you in the eye when I say this. I've been following her website from the very beginning. The paintings were 5 to 7. Then they went to 7 to 10,000. Then there was nothing under 10,000, paintings like this. And then when they got to 25,000, the prices stopped, and it all says inquire for pricing. That's when I know It's above 25,000.
That's when I know I can't afford it.
Yeah. That's when I know my mom's going to say, look, but don't touch. Look with your eyes, not with your
When
hands.
you go to a steakhouse, there's no price.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I loved your $70 steak the other night. Oh, my gosh. The little bitty thing. I'm like, I got excited. Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at well over 12,000 in art. Do bid on this. Now, this is another artist that is an emerging superstar. She's already gone international, and it's going bigger from there. Up to you. All right, and here we go. I've got 9 now. It's going to bid a half. You're getting the pair. You're looking at about $1,200 in framing, and I'm not kidding. Let's give it a final clock. An original and an artist proof. Original. I love that art. I love both of them. What a beautiful pair. That's $500 each. We are below the prices of the frames. So beautiful. And let's go to my computer. We have a few beautiful murals by her. This is in her hometown, little corner shop. I don't know what the prop yard is. I don't know what that is. World Earth Day, the Upfest and Rainforest Alignment. I just love all of these. That is beautiful. That is just, she's the real deal. Wow, wait a minute. I was getting a little bit of Van Gogh in there. But speaking of Van Gogh, let's go back to the art. I do want to let you know that she was especially chosen. Go to my computer, and anybody can look at this. In 2022, I had the esteemed privilege of being selected as the feature artist for the Van Gogh exhibition in Bristol, a milestone that stands as a very proud moment in my career. I don't have time to read the whole thing, but I want to show you these. That is beautiful. She is, look at the size of that mural. Holy mackerel. She is an incredible human being, a female on the planet Earth. And I'm very proud to have met her. I think she's wonderful. That is just world class. On the right there, that does remind me a little bit of Weiland. If I got up there on a big cherry picker like that, I wouldn't be able to see it. I wouldn't know what to do. You know, it would be a little overwhelming for me. All right, let's go back to the art. $1,100 for the pair. We should be at $12,000 for the pair. And I'm not kidding. I've seen it. Remember, I showed it on the air. I went, oh my gosh, these two paintings are $25,000. And then I came back the next week, inquire for pricing. Yeah, there you go. The first week it was one painting at $25,000, then two paintings at $25,000, then it was inquire. Like if you ever walk into a Ferrari dealership, there's no price tags. You have to be interviewed. Yeah. They interview you. That's on the pair, my friends. All right, and here we go. I've got 14 now. It's going to bid a 15. I've got 14 now going once. That is a giveaway. The one on the right should be rock bottom, 8,500. That's an original. That is the original. And I do want to get in the shot again because I want to give you an idea of scale. These are not small. I'm starting to think this would be way over 700. When you see it in person, it's a very formal, very elegant museum display. Very, very high end. Elegant. Ooh, we have to get her to paint a BMW or a Rolls Royce. Well, maybe not a Rolls. She could paint my pickup truck. All right, and here we go. On the pair, you're below the price of one print, unframed, $1,800. You're getting a full-size original. At $12,000, would you bid $100? At $12,000. And just like what Tony was talking about earlier, we've had artists come on the show, like Mr. Doodle, Regent Park, England. You can't touch anything by him for under $50,000 now. Yeah. So why are these young artists willing to do it? There is still that cachet of Hollywood, the desirability to be on American television. And you have to admit, from the legacy, the history of Hollywood, we are kind of the birthplace of cinema, and we are still world renowned for that. It is quite a feather in your cap to say that you were featured on American television. And I always feel the other way, that we're lucky to have Farrah on the show. She did make a live appearance, and I'm grateful. I'll treasure that. All right, but I was so tired from doing the auction, I put my heart and soul into it, that I didn't get enough pictures of her and I standing by the painting, so she ran away. That's okay, she'll be back. All right, and a $100 bid could win the pair. We're at the price of the framing. We're at the price of the framing. All right, and here we go. I've got 16 now, I was gonna bid 17. I've got 16 now, going once, gonna pay you to buy it. I do want to remind you, go to my computer. When you are doing this, the first time in history that the Van Gogh paintings came to Bristol, England, wow, they chose her to paint the hall. Holy mackerel. It's magnificent. She's wonderful. You're telling me that's $1,600. Guys, take advantage. All right, and here we go. Final 10 seconds. I've got 16 going once, going to pay you to buy it. Don't lose out. Don't lose out on this one. Don't lose out on this one. I'm thinking directly of the world's first female surrealist, Leonore Fini. We had about 30 of her paintings. We were selling them $600 to $900. And that was about 10 years ago, actually longer. Now they're $13,000 to $30,000. You're in the middle of a buyer's market. You're in the not a seller. No, you can see we're struggling. Whoever got that Andrew Wyeth for $550 framed? Lately, we have. This is absolutely true. I had a client call me and say, Ray, I've been up all night. I go, what's going on? He goes, I got to return it. I go, what are you talking about? He goes, the one you sent me was the sample on TV. You sent me the framed one. I go, yeah, that's the one you were bidding on. He goes, what? Good on you, mate. Going once, going twice. Sold.
My name is Lisa Mee. I am an artist. I currently live in New York City, and that's what I have devoted my life to.
Going once, going twice.
I grew up in a small, tiny little town in northern New Jersey, very close to New York City though. So we would often take family trips together to museums, and a tragedy hit my family when I was very young. That was the loss of my mom. I remember realizing how precious life is and how you can capture it, the feeling and the essence of a person or a place on a canvas or on paper. I found solace in my art, though. I mean, whenever I was stressed out, I still do that to this day. It's a transcendent form of meditation for me. I go into probably an unconscious deep breathing, actually. I actually notice it now, though, more than ever. And it is a tedious, long effort to get to that point where it's really a point of perfection, where I feel it's the perfect place.
Whenever I talk about Lisa Mee, I have to admit I have been a fan of her work from the moment I saw it. I'm a big fan of art that's uplifting. I want art that is going to increase the mood of the room that it's in. That is what Lisa's work reminds me of. When you put it on a wall, there's an element of just warmth and this uplifting quality to it.
Really, when I talk about the highest calling, that is the highest calling, where there is no point of reference to refer to, like, oh, there's a mountain. Gotta get that contour right. Oh, there's a flower. Gotta get that petal just so. There's a person or a woman. Oh, her hair. No, I feel that that is the greatest challenge, and I love challenges, because I get bored, you know, and I just love being challenged. So I would say, yeah, I'd say getting lost in a big abstract. I like big. So it's like going large with abstract pieces, but at the same time, I can also get lost in the beautiful singular rose.
Because she's achieved the one thing that is probably the single most difficult thing for an artist to achieve, and that is being what's called recognizable.
My method. I gather patterns found in natures. Water currents, geological forms such as stones or shells, skies, forests, flowers. Often I'm on a walk and I'll see a sunset streaming with rich color. Or the building next door will display a luscious floral arrangement in a huge pot at their entrance. Recently I've discovered flowers were an exotic blend of pure light greens and stunning violets. Gorgeous color combinations such as these form the beginning of my work. I begin by mixing matte mediums, the background, with different paint colors. And I never know what hues will come about, and that's the joy of seeing the unexpected unfold. Beautiful tints emerge that I would have never gotten out of a paint tube. And that's how I work, very spontaneously. When the paints are laid out, I merge the paints together. While it's sopping wet, I'll apply a sheet of paper to the surface and carefully press it into the canvas. With great care, I lift the paper off the surface, or I'll leave the paper on the canvas if I like the veil-like effect. Often I sketch a composition onto the canvas, particularly tree scenes and landscapes since they are more detailed. Then I meticulously cut and tear fabric and paper and fill in the composition along with metallic paints. If a painting radiates movement and energy, then I know it's finished. Well, as you know, I like her. I like her as a person. And I have a quote here that I use every time. Let's go to my computer. I want my paintings to stir feelings of soaring and floating as though they were suspended and relieved of gravity. It's a quality of the natural and the spiritual in harmony, graceful, free, and joyful. Isn't that nice? 11 years ago, Chelsea Studios, New York City. Her earlier style, beautiful. Gallery Guide to New York City. Artist Lisa Mee has done the impossible. Superbly gifted artist. Kashan Gallery of Nyack, New York, one of the best in the world. We're talking over a decade ago. Great Neck Art Center, New York, New York. That is where Louise Nevelson and Larry Rivers taught, as well as her husband, Wayne Ensrud. Indie Walls, New York City. You can see a much earlier style. You know, you have to go down a path to arrive at this. J.H. Brown Fine Art of Waitsfield, Vermont. Art Abound, New York City. Design Lawn, who did they choose for the inaugural exhibition? Lisa Mee. Art Gotham, Square Foot Show. Transform Gallery of New Rochelle, New York. You want to talk pricey? Go to art galleries in San Francisco. They have to have a huge markup. Why? because the cost of retail floor space, if you are in a gallery in San Francisco, you're in the best in the world. You want to talk retail floor space? Let's talk the Hamptons. Yeah, real estate bargains abound in the Hamptons. No, they don't. Patch Magazine, San Francisco Chronicle, Time Out New York, Lisa Mee, featured artist in artinnewyorkcity.com, Eco Art Shanghai. If she goes back to China, wow. Featured artist, Ovation Arts Network. Yeah, you might want to bid on this. She was on tour doing a series of museums across the United States, and her works obviously are published, and she's a very important artist. Magnificent. And like a lot of the art, now some of the works of art on this show, what you see is what you get. But with Lisa Mee, they're so much better in person. They're so full of color, and they're alive with texture, and they're just wonderful. Make sure you get one of these before she goes back on her museum tour. And if she goes back and starts going international, international, you'll never see a $5,000 price again. And this is wonderful. It's at $1,800 to $2,000 because I just went over to get my tape measure when I realized 3 feet, that won't work. 4 feet, what? I think this might be the biggest we've ever had. Let me see if I can even go this way. That is going to be 46. And I'll have to get the tape measure on the height. Oh, I'm sorry. 46 by 59. Wow. I'm pretty sure this is the largest Lisa Mee we've ever had. And yes, of course, it is on canvas. Very thick, custom-made framing. That is wood, but they've done the nice trim job to cover it up with paper. Let me set that down. Do want to show you, boy, that's heavy. It's a heavy frame. I don't know how I'm going to, okay, I'll just do it this way. Celestial Sunflowers, Lisa Mee, 2026. You'll see it better when you get it home. I'm not going to risk tipping it over. My goodness, this is the biggest one we've ever had. And it's beautiful. I mean, if you're there, nice and squared up. And usually I would pick it up and I would tilt it. Am I off my mark? I sure am. Trying to be careful. I don't want to, it's so heavy. Oh, the wheel's stuck. Oh, the joy of live TV. Let me move it over a little bit more. There we go. The detail on this, there is a technique that artists use. If we could come up here in the upper right, it's called marbling. Very, very hard to do it properly and to do it that rich. I'm getting a little bit of glare on there. Let me straighten it up. And of course, that is all done by hand. If we come straight down in here to the gold, magnificent. The gold work on this, everything on this is just world class. I think if she's ever done her true museum piece, this is it. And yeah, just let the camera walk around. There's so many beautiful, elegant places on this work of art. And let me see if this will work. I'm just going to put, I have a little flashlight to kind of enhance the 3D effect on there. Well, it's just too big for me to pick up. It's so elegant. And if we could, I don't know, come in on this shape here, there's so much like diamond dust in it doesn't translate well. You can't really see the diamond dust.
It's a little nervous the way that's.
Yeah, you and me both. I moved it around.
It needs to be pushed back at the
Yeah, I think you're right.
There. I don't want it to go sliding up.
Yeah, I just go boom, right? That's going to be a mighty crate, a mighty box when we ship it. That would make me smile every time I walked in the house. I would go, that is great. That is just a 10. And I love her color palette. I mean, it is very, very hard to keep the hot pink coherent. But she does it. She balances it with the gold and the black. As Renoir would say, the queen of all colors. It's a smorgasbord. It's a tour de force. And it's a big one. I do like this. Well, I'm half the price of the frame. That's 3 feet. Right there, that's 3 feet. That's 4 feet. So amazing. Again, I don't know. I think the $2,000 price on the frame might be a little too conservative. Yeah, monumental. If we could go to the book stand. Now, as you know, she's known for her landscapes. And you can see that it is very normal for an artist to progress over the years. Now, these are in the $5,000 to $10,000 range. They're all sold. But I think that is not that. I mean, she has grown exponentially as an artist. And her flower paintings. I mean, this is a hardcover book written about her flower. I love her color sense. But when I look at these earlier paintings, I mean, these are all beautiful and happy and full of love and joy. But when I look at these and I look at what we have before us, it's what I say is the breakthrough. And the breakthrough is right here. January of 2020, she had embarked on a International Art Museum tour. I don't know if you can read that right down there. Art Museum of the Americas in San Francisco. And then COVID hit. But I want you to look at what I call the breakthrough. Her paintings, see, they've taken that leap. They've taken that leap into the realm of the upper echelon, the upper 1%. The 35, 40 years of hard knocks. See, yes, you can have a God-given talent, but unless you, look at that, unless you're willing to work, that is, I'll put that up against any Paul Gauguin anytime. I mean, that is just genius. That is genius. This is better than some Vlaminx I've seen. But it's not just me. I know how I wax poetic. How about the San Francisco Chronicle? Eco Art, Shanghai. Yep, she had a major show in Shanghai. Art Gotham, New York City. Patch Magazine. I'm thinking of you, Thomas Liturgy, the famous author of Patch Magazine. I never met him, but we talked on the phone a bunch of times. Dance paper in the Hamptons. Yes, art galleries are very affordable in the Hamptons. No, they're not. Transform Gallery, New Rochelle, New York. Louis Arenaux Gallery in San Francisco, one of the finest in the world. Now, if you go into an art gallery in San Francisco, you know it's some of the highest retail floor space. It's like Manhattan. It's like the Ginza in Tokyo, like 3,000 a square foot. Incredible. ArtInNewYorkCity.com. Time Out Magazine, New York, featuring a floral painting. See, the floral paintings right here is her forte. You may say forte, but it's forte. Design Law, New York. Who did they choose for the inauguration? Lisa Mee. She earned it. It's going to make all the papers slide. I'm going to take that down. Kashan Galleries, Nyack, New York, one of the best in the world. Chelsea Studios, New York City. Gallery Guide, New York City. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Great Neck Art Center in New York is where Jim Dine, Louise Nevelson, and her husband Wayne Ensrud all lectured and taught. Pretty darn good, I'll tell you. J.H. Brown Fine Art in Waitsfield, Vermont. Indie Walls, New York City. Art Abound, New York City. Ovation Arts Network, featured artist. So like I said, guys, it's not just me. She is a superstar. I'm below the price of the frame. Let's go back. This may be the biggest debacle since the Andrew Wyeth selling at $550. Bid on this, guys. It is magnificent. All right, and here we go. I've got 17 now. It's going to bid 18. Oh my goodness! Can you imagine the hours of blood, sweat, tears? We're below cost of materials. This is absolutely a 10. Everywhere you look. All right, let's give it a final clock. Someone's about to win the lottery, and I'm not kidding. Someone's about to win the lottery, and I'm not kidding. That is magnificent. Good. Oh, that's beautiful. That is how you hit a home run. That's how you do the real deal. Thank you for the bid. Underbid. Now we're at the price of the frame. You're getting a, forget the price of the frame. Do you know what's happening with her career? I almost forgot, but I didn't. By the way, go to my computer. There it is, unframed. Winning bidder will get this both digitally, and I printed it out on my printer. It's not as pretty as it could be. Go back to the art. I'm going to adjust my computer. Thank you very much. Uh-oh, what's that? No, what happened? Okay. You know, we were talking about art galleries in Manhattan. We were talking about art galleries in San Francisco having some of the highest rent in the world. Go to my computer. This is a gallery in Manhattan. I just read that New York City has the highest concentration of millionaires than anywhere else in America. If you're on a corner in Manhattan, you count 30 people, a minimum of one of them is a millionaire. So when you walk into a gallery and you see prices like this, $48,000. Whoops, now what did I do? Go back to the art. I cannot operate a computer. What is going, how do I fix it? How do I leave? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, back to my computer. I've always said, I need any 15-year-old kid to help me with this. $48,000 in Manhattan. Let's go back to the art. I have to reset my computer. Back in my day, we had the Atari, and it worked fine. Let's go to my computer one more time. I'll do this quick. Thank you for your patience. Look at this one. $48,300. Same size. Same size. But these are New York City prices. That one sold. And I was very proud to see this. I was very happy to see this when I announced she has now crossed the $50,000 threshold. It sold. This one, beautiful heartbreaker. $50,000. Sold. Wish I could say that on this show. I love that. It's sold. And I'm going to do a recap in a moment. $47,000. Actually a smaller painting. And then this is, that is a museum piece. I don't care what anybody says. Do you see the two bicycle riders? It's that little touch. $47,000. Smaller than the one we're offering. Gorgeous. $47,000. $47,000. Sold. $47,000. And you're worried about bidding $100. I'm not 10 cents on the dollar. I'm a nickel on the dollar. Blue Bouquet, sold. Sold. Violet Table Harmony, sold. See, when I'll wrap it up. It says they have 12 paintings. They don't. They have 6. They have 6. When they get down to 3, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to raise the price again. I showed you live on air when she crossed into, here it is right here, the $50,000 threshold, and that's sold. Ember Sunflower is sold. It's gone. Probably in Manhattan. I don't know. It could be anywhere in the world. People travel from all over the world to go to New York. Why wouldn't you? I love New York. I'm walking here. But I have one foible about New York City. If I go on the subway, I put my back to the wall. Because that guy, I do. I love the subways in Paris. Because when the people talk, it's like, oh, this is cool. This is like a movie. And everybody's so friendly and they're all talking. Then we got on the subway, and there are these 2 drummer guys, and we're all like, we'll pay you to stop. And they go, yeah, that's usually, they knew what they were doing. 47,000. I love this. That's my favorite. Sold. How much? Oh, a little bit different in the bidding. A little bit. Guys bid on these. If it wasn't for, you see, there is a backstory on this. Hold on, let me see if I can do it properly. I want to do this properly. It's got to be, I don't know, 18, 15 years ago that we first carried her husband, Wayne Ensrud. And then, sadly, he passed. I'm very proud to say I've been out to dinner with them both. Been traveled shows. We did shows in St. Petersburg, the Breakers in Miami, Palm Beach. And I think, Lisa, I know what you're doing. You're doing this out of loyalty. And I'm grateful. But there's night and day. The difference between $50,000 and 3,200 framed. It's a $2,000 frame. I want you to check. I want you to check and let me know. I'll show it on the air. I will show it on the air. Whatever the price is. The frame prices are just. Now, if you have a local framer in your town, use them. Go down right away and get something framed. You've been meaning to do it for the last, 20 years. And go down and don't quibble on the price. They're hanging on by a thread. If you've got a little mom and pop, you retire and you go in and see this cute couple and they're making frames. They're hanging on by a thread. All right, here we go. Fisher cut bait. I'm 6 cents on the dollar. That's a show stuff. That really is a museum piece, and I'm not kidding. That is a museum piece. Oh gosh, I'm so dumb. The boy's a genius. That Gene Hackman. She sent me a letter. And winning bidder will get that. And she accidentally sent an extra photo, so I'll give you both. I'm going to read her words. These are not my words. I wanted to paint more than flowers. I wanted to express hope, resilience, and the unseen energy that connects all living things. Doesn't she sound like an artist like Farrah Fortnum? Isn't this the best? The 2 sunflowers stand together, where their centers are filled with intricate patterns. To me, every flower holds its own story, just as every person carries an inner world that isn't always visible. Be kind. You don't know what they're doing. You don't know their struggle. I chose bold yellows, deep blues, warm oranges, and vibrant pinks because they convey joy and optimism. I enjoy letting color lead the painting, creating movement and emotion rather than simply describing what I see as in a photorealistic approach. She can paint anything. The flowing lines and layered textures evolve naturally as I work, becoming pathways that connect the flowers to one another and to the atmosphere around them. I wanted these flowers to feel alive, as if they were growing, changing, radiating beyond the canvas. Every pattern and every brushstroke reflects my belief that beauty can be found in both order and spontaneity. For me, painting is an act of discovery. I begin with an idea, but the artwork always reveals something unexpected along the way. Celestial sunflowers became a celebration of life's resilience, imagination, and the light we can find even during times of change. I'm going to read that again because her husband passed. Now I want you to look it through her eyes. She's still grieving. For me, painting is an act of discovery. I begin with an idea, but the artwork always reveals something unexpected along the way. Celestial sunflowers became a celebration of life's resilience, imagination, and the light we can find even during times of change. Wow. I'll leave the rest to you. We're running out of time. That will come with it, and this will come with it. All right, my friends, you're getting history here. You're not getting art. 10 cents on the dollar now. Oh gosh, bid on this. Oh my goodness, bid on this. Bid on this. This is nothing. This is nothing. Go to Manhattan. Offer them $10,000 for any one of those paintings. They'll say, get out of my store. I love New York. You know why? There's no gray area. If they love you, you'll know. If they hate you, you'll know. I know an Italian named Dominic Fusco. He will hug you and kiss you. He's a big guy. Got me! I'm like, whoa. Buy of the year. And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money, now way under the money. Ladies and gentlemen, every so often we get a work of art that is truly important. And I do want to remind everybody the history of this show and how lucky I feel every time I think about this. And I do want to remind everybody that if it wasn't for the kindness and generosity, and I was talking about this earlier about kindness is very, very important. Let's go to my computer. In 1997, I met an artist by the name of Orban Huchette. He was an attorney from Breton. And I know when you read his name, it looks like you're tempted to say Urbain Huchet, but I am from Breton. My name is Orban Huchette. And he spoke very beautifully. He reminded me of Maurice Chevalier. Anyhow, when World War II was over, he walked away from a law practice. I think he won a big case, and I mean a big case. Because he moved to Paris, he collected yachts and Mercedes, he owned multiple properties, and then one night he's just casually, he's not bragging. He just said, at my penthouse, we were overlooking the Champ de Mars, that's the big park in front of the Eiffel Tower. We're waiting for the lights to come on the Eiffel Tower, and we had 135 people over for champagne, and we toasted when the lights went on. I'm like, really, a penthouse? You got a patio with 135 people and butlers? You did well. Well, when World War II was over, he began collecting art when everybody else was poor. We thought it was 35,000 pieces. Turns out it's 85,000 pieces. Now, he passed away 12 years ago, and his wife, we thought the show was done. And his wife, Ruth, came to us and said, there's a third warehouse. We've been saving the best for last. Let's go back to the art. Well, folks, this is the best for last. This is a hand-signed Fernand Léger. Fernand Léger was born in 1881. He passed away in August of 1955. He was more than a French painter and a sculptor. He was a filmmaker. And he is a forerunner. He is a giant in the world of Cubism. But he did more than that. He modified Cubism, which was just, I don't know, more geometric, into more of, he brought it into the human figure and a populist style. I would say without a doubt, he is the true forerunner of pop art. There would be no Andy Warhol. There would be no Shepard Fairey without Fernand Léger. Now, he was brilliant. He was trained as an architect. And he was a brilliant architect. And then he moved to Paris in 1900. And that's young people still do that today. You live in a small town. He was born in Lower Normandy, out in the country. His father raised cattle. And if you're brilliant, you know, if I can go to New York and I can make it there, I can make it anywhere. So he got a job as an architectural draftsman. And then he got drafted into the Army. Well, long story short, he really didn't begin to work seriously as a painter till he was 25. And if you look at his earliest works, of course, it shows the reflection of Impressionism. But his life changed. Like Picasso, like Matisse, like so many artists who saw the Cézanne retrospective at the Salon des Atomes in 1907. Within 2 years, he moved to Montparnasse. And that's where he met the greats, Robert Delaunay, Jacques Lipchitz, Marc Chagall. Him and Marc Chagall used to go to the bars all the time. Alexander Archipenko. 1 year later, they all exhibited at the Salon des Atomes. And they changed history. They exhibited at the Paris Salon. They exhibited at the Paris Salon. And the next year is when he met the great Raymond Duchamp, Marcel Duchamp, and Jacques Villon, who is Marcel Duchamp's little brother, actually, but that's another story. Because he was already a trained soldier, he was drafted into World War I. He already been trained. He spent 2 years at the front in the Battle of Argonne. And if you don't know about that, it is horrible. And I'm going to show this. I'm going to show this because it is a direct relationship to my life. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Go to my computer. In September of 1916, he almost died after a mustard gas attack by the German troops at the Battle of Verdun. My grandfather was there. Raymond Taylor was there. And he came home, lived for a couple months, and died. He was at the same battle. My grandfather, I'm named after him, died from a mustard gas attack. So yeah, it means a lot to me. Let's go back to the art. Sorry about that. I do get kind of carried away when I see that. Now, the value on this is that it is hand-signed. It is hand-signed. It is hand-signed. I want you to take this very, very, very seriously. We're looking at one of the great... Now, I know of one example. Let's go to my computer. At the Fernand Léger Museum, they changed it on me. At the Fernand Léger Museum, I got it enlarged too much. Let me reduce it. There we go. I know there's an example there, and I want to go. I want to go. I want to go here. Oh, look at that. I've seen that one before. Now, the thing of it is that they're building this website, so even though when I clicked on the collection and I tried to do a search, it doesn't work. So their website is undergoing maintenance, but I know it's in there. Let's go back to the art. One of America's great philanthropists in art in America is Armand Hammer. And go to my computer. If you get a chance, go to the Armand Hammer Museum on Wilshire Boulevard. Let me get the address for you. 10899 Wilshire Boulevard. 10899 Wilshire Boulevard. I want to go there too. Next time in LA, yeah, there it is. I can only find one on American soil. Let's go back to the art. Yes, this is valuable. This is one of our great treasures. Now, I don't know if you remember when I do the presentation on Jean-Claude Navarro, where did he learn glassmaking? In the town of Biot. B-I-O-T. 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 Go to my computer. The big museum. Look in the upper left, official website of the city of Biot. B-I-O-T. The Fernand Léger National Museum, and I want to go there. I want to go there. And again, I clicked on it. They don't... See, when you click on it, nothing happens. So I'm trying to... there we go. Oh, they have a glass museum. I guarantee Jean-Claude Navarro's in there. Now I want to go. They have a glass. I did not know they have a glass museum in the town of Biot. I know they're famous for their glass. Isn't that fun? I get to learn when I do my own job. Oh gosh, I did not know that. All right, let's go back to the art. That is where Jean-Claude Navarro grew up. He started making glass. $500? $500. This is an original silk-screened print, serigraph, by one of the founders of Cubism. I do want you to, oh my gosh, I want you to turn on the DVR. I want you to turn on the DVR. Because I want you to be able to remember and prove. They won't believe you. They'll say, what, did you steal it? Go to my computer. And this is on Wikipedia. I'm not doing anything fancy here. I just wanted to show you. In 1935, the Museum of Modern Art presented an exhibition of his works. In 1938, he decorated Nelson Rockefeller's Manhattan apartment. Now, these are during the war years. During the war years, because he was a Cubist, he had to move to the United States. Because, you know, the Nazis, they'll kill you for making art they don't like. And that's true. It was called Entarrte Kunst, degenerate art. And I just want to read the whole thing to you, but I want to get to his students. Look at this list of students that he taught. If you do get a chance, they're all on Wikipedia. All of them have phenomenal... Ripples in a pond, my friend. Ripples in a pond. There it is right there, the one I was looking for, Marcel Mouly. I have a Marcel Mouly in my kitchen. I'm very, very grateful, and much, much more. Now, in conclusion, a pair of Fernand Léger murals are in the General Assembly Hall of the United Nations. In 1960, the Fernand Léger Museum opened in Biot, the town where many glassmakers painting of his just sold for $39 million with the hammer price and buyer's premium in US dollars. They've been going up. No, there's no six. We're at the price of the frame. I'm looking for thousands of dollars, not hundreds. In 2013, he was featured for a year at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. I will print this entire thing out, even though I'm only supposed to print 3 or 4 pages. That's the University of Venezuela. Let's go back to the art. Do you know how lucky you are? Do you know how lucky you are? You're getting this for free. Let me take a look. Let's go to the certificate, and then the head and cactus. Now you have to remember that cactus doesn't grow in France. It's considered very exotic. Isn't it? Yeah. The original serigraph, silk screened print, is on a high-grade Veline des Arches, you can say arches, wove paper with his own studio stamp in the lower right, is signed on the screen and hand-numbered in the far right margin. Published by the Guild, the International Guild of Engraving in Paris. They transpose. International Guild of Engraving in Paris, 1954 to 1955. I think it's the only one on American soil. I don't think you'll ever see another one. The condition on this is pristine. 30.
His paintings sell for $50 million.
Yeah.
Literally, his original paintings can sell for $50 million.
Let's come right in here. I don't have my pointer. Don't want to use my finger. Let's come in right here.
And that is his studio blind stand.
That is by him right there. That is proper.
And his personal blind stand.
Edition number is 912 of 1000. We have one. I only know of one on American soil. That's the Arm & Hammer Museum on Wilshire Boulevard. Guys, early examples like this are very rare. The frame is 600. And again, the detail in the framing, I'm going to brag on our framing. Let's go back to the bottom right. We have a real three-dimensional fillet in black lacquer. Beautiful corner cut on that. We come further bottom right. Then we again go to the linen cut. That's wood. Look at the joinery work on that. If that's not a $700 frame, I'll eat my hat. You'll never find it. There's only one on American soil. It's at the Arm & Hammer Museum. I'm looking for 5,000. End of story. Let's give it a final clock. And the it's condition and rarity on this show. It's free. Right now you're free. You're below the price of the frame. One of the founders, with his own personal stamp on there, one of the founders of Cubism. As the years go on, and you walk into a gallery in Beverly Hills, again, go to my computer. This is the Arm & Hammer Museum on Wilshire Boulevard. It was a gift of Mr. and Mrs. Fred Grunwald. Thank you. The Arm & Hammer Museum, or the Hammer Museum is what they call it. The Hammer Channel, I'm not aware of that. Oh, here we go. I'm going to click on it. The Hammer Channel is videos. Wow. I'm going to call out the Salvador Dali Museum. They need to do something like this. Let's go back to the art. We're lucky. I'm lucky to see one. I'm lucky to even see one. You'll never see this for $2,000. All right, and here we go. A $50 bid could win it. Yeah, absolutely. Once again, go to my computer. The one on the left is at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. The one on the right is at the Art Institute of Chicago, Metropolitan Museum of Art, National Gallery of Victoria, Central University of Venezuela. I mean, yeah, this is not a beginner. Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Albright Knox Gallery, which I love, Der Sturm, Metropolitan Museum of Art, and on and on and on. Minneapolis Institute of Art, Milwaukee Art Museum, yeah. A little bit underbid. This is free money. You're at the price of the frame. Going once, going twice. A $50 bid could win it. A $50 bid. I'm going to pitch a fit. Yeah, it's free. It literally is free. And you don't have a national museum. I want to go there. That looks good. All right, let's go back to the art. Here we go. True. A $50 bid could win it. Going once, going twice. You know, it is just amazing. All right, we're going to do it. And I know I'm going to get, 10 late bidders. I think our record on one piece was 30. I've got $600 going once, $600 going twice. Fair and final warning. Free money. No kidding. This may...
About 5 years ago, or 6 years ago, probably 10 years ago. Remember we had his original watercolors with a study for the War Memorial in Belgium? He did the War Monument in Belgium for World War II.
Right.
He did that whole, all designed the whole Belgium War Memorial. We had all the study watercolors. Those were selling for like $15,000, $20,000. All right, guys, I guess we just don't talk about Fernando Gere enough. All right, last call. 650.
That is truly, I'm not just saying this, that is truly underbid. And it's beautiful. A classic example of Cubism. I just want to check one more thing. Okay, go to my computer. You're worried about a $50 bid. One sentence. Allow me one sentence. His boldly simplified treatment of modern subject matter has caused him to be regarded as the forerunner of pop art. And I'm below 5,000. There is one example on American soil at the Hammer Museum on Wilshire Boulevard in LA. And I'm doing $50 bids. Absolutely. Andy Warhol did say he's the precursor to pop art. Free money.
Your paintings do not sell for $50 million, and your prints like this aren't $650. That's where we're at.
And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money.
Takashi Murakami. Born on February 1st, 1962 in Tokyo, Japan, Takashi Murakami emerged as a groundbreaking figure in contemporary art, transcending boundaries and redefining artistic expression. From a young age, Murakami was captivated by anime and manga, igniting his passion for artistic creation. Despite initially pursuing a career in animation, he shifted his focus to fine arts, graduating from the Tokyo University of Arts. Dissatisfied with the state of contemporary art in Japan, Murakami embarked on a mission to challenge convention and blur the lines between high and low art. His provocative pieces, such as My Lonesome Cowboy, pushed boundaries and sparked dialogue. Venturing abroad, Murakami immersed himself in the Western art scene, drawing inspiration from luminaries like Jeff Koons. His groundbreaking theory, Superflat, which highlights the flattening of cultural hierarchies, reshaped the landscape of modern art. Murakami's influence transcended traditional art spaces, permeating fashion, music, and popular culture. Collaborations with icons like Louis Vuitton and Kanye West propelled him to international acclaim, solidifying his status as a cultural force. Beyond his artistic achievements, Murakami is dedicated to nurturing the next generation of talent and fostering a vibrant art market. Through his company, Kai Kai Kiki, he continues to champion innovation and creativity on a global scale. Takashi Murakami, a visionary artist whose boundless imagination knows no limits. His legacy inspires us to embrace the extraordinary and challenge the status quo.
Now, this is a keystone image by one of the greatest living artists who I can't even call him an artist anymore. He is a global superstar industry. If you don't know about Takashi Murakami, that's fine. He is coming to America. He's taking over. He just signed a major deal with the LA Dodgers. And you're going to be, he threw out a first pitch, but just to back up, born in 1962, he is a Japanese contemporary artist. So he's working in fine art, painting and sculpture. He just sold a little plastic sculpture for $15 million. Not a joke. But now he's expanded into fashion and merchandise and animation and high arts and low arts, and he's a billion-dollar industry. And what he has done, you see, and I do want to say this over and over and over again to young artists or any artist, you have to know art history. Sure, I can paint Andy Warhol soup can, but I'm 60 years too late. If you understand art history, so what he does, he's properly trained in traditional Japanese art, but he blends it with post-war Japanese culture. Now, he's done album covers for a bunch of hip-hop artists, Kanye West Graduation, the fifth studio album for Future, Kid Cudi, Kid See Ghost, Juice WRLD's, The Party Never Ends, and on. I don't even know those bands. I'm old now. We're the Allman Brothers and Jimmy Buffett. Anyhow, he is the president of an international art trading company called Kaikai Kiki. And like I said, it's a billion-dollar industry. Now, like a lot of kids raised in Tokyo, he grew up with anime and manga. Manga is comic books. And he said, when I grow up, I'm gonna work in the animation industry. I'm gonna draw cartoons. But when he went to the Tokyo University of Fine Art, he began working in the animation industry. But then he learned what is called Nihonga. Nihon. Let's go to my computer. Nihonga is traditional, real hardcore, old school Japanese art. I love that. An artist, a small way, an artist who did art like this. There it is right there. I think that is a masterpiece. The guy that painted it, Shimomuro Kanzan. That is, I think that's one of Japan, and so is that. Oh my goodness, they're just, wow. Okay, I get it. Go back to the art. I do get carried away, as you can tell. So what he did was he gave up animation, and he became a master. He got a PhD. He got a PhD in Nihonga, traditional Japanese art. And then he went back. The pendulum swings to the right, it'll swing to the left. When he did get his PhD, he began to go to museums around Japan. And he said, the more I see it, I believe that contemporary art in Japan is just appropriating the art of the Western world. So, he incorporated, this is the key part, traditional Japanese art that goes back 3 centuries to anime and manga. It was perfect. It's the perfect blending. I would call him something, a little bit of a stretch, but he's like Japan's Jeff Koons. But he's more than an Andy Warhol. He nailed it. He nailed it. I quote, "It is a commentary on post-war Japanese society, which Murakami argues, differences between social class and popular taste have flattened. We now have a culture that has little distinction between high art and low art. It's called his super flat theory." And I think I agree. We're getting more and more of an acceptance of high art and low art. And that to me goes back to the bell curve in statistics, but I digress. He's launched a factory like Jeff Koons. He's incorporated, I know you've seen this. Let's go to my computer. He's very much a part of Studio Ghibli. You've seen these guys. Wait, where are their little characters? I'm gonna skip past all that. I went too slow. Wait, I gotta show you one. They don't have any. Hang on. Go back to the art. You know who I mean. Going back to him incorporating, in a way, like Andy Warhol, fine art and commercial art, he said, I don't think I'm straddling. I think I'm changing the line. What I've been talking about for years is how in Japan, that line is now less defined, both by Japanese culture and by the post-war economic situation. Japanese people accept that art and commerce will be blended. In fact, they are surprised by the very rigid and even pretentious Western hierarchy of high art. Now, in the West, it is certainly dangerous to blend the two because people will throw in all sorts of stones. But that's okay. I'm ready with my art at. He's collaborated with Pharrell Williams, and I like him. Kirsten Dunst. I like her. She sang one of my favorite songs, Kirsten Dunst, in a anime movie, Akihabara, Majoko Princess. She did a cover of the Vapors 1980 song, I Think I'm Turning Japanese, I Think I'm Turning Japanese, I really think so. Kirsten Dunst sang it. It was performed at the Tate Modern. I can go on and on and on. He's huge. Okay. A few years ago, Billie Eilish did 2 official music videos, including You Should See Me in a Crown, that was directed and animated by Takashi Murakami. This guy is all over. J Balvin did all their color albums and artwork. Supreme did the box logo. T did too, and I know these are, okay, I'm gonna end it with this. 2 years ago, he collaborated with a Formula One driver, 7-time champion, Lewis Hamilton, and a whole fashion range of clothing. And it was so big that Murakami designed his helmet for the Japanese Grand Prix, and that made Lewis Hamilton beloved in Japan. Okay, last but not least, he has just done a set of baseball cards for the LA Dodger and the Chicago Cubs. And now, just a few months ago, he collaborated with the champagne brand Dom Perignon that says, creation is an eternal journey. I've got pages and pages and pages of this. One of his trademark images, go to my computer, the ball of happy sunflowers. And a lot of this anime I don't understand. That's scary. These are warrior guardian dogs, food dogs. Go back to the art. His collaboration with the Chicago Cubs and the LA Dodgers has put him on the map. 1,200? Oh, bless your heart. Where'd it go? Oh, I'm on the wrong page. You want to see prices? Go to my computer. 1,200. Oh, okay. This sculpture is plastic. It's plastic. It's $100,000. It is $100,000. $100,000. Let's go back to the art. I'll show you some more. And they're selling. He sells out everything. One of my favorites is right here. Go to my computer. It's called gift wrapping paper. It's got the Louis Vuitton logo and cherries. And the stems are at different angles. How much? For gift wrapping paper. Oh, $50,000. Oh, okay. We're looking for $12,000. And that is really, it's a global market. Let's go back to the art. If you want a home run, it is right here for real. And a lot of them I don't understand, but I'm young and willing to learn. Joking. Go to my computer. Here's a print with the sunflowers. Same size. How much? Oh. Guys, I suggest getting the bid up to about 10,000. Now that is unframed. 59 by 59 centimeters, but it's signed and numbered. Guys, this is massive. It's the largest one I've ever seen. At $20,000, what would you bid? And this is a big boy. That's 4 feet right there. That is going to be 42 by 41. Once again, high-grade custom framing on that. Paper matting, yes. Wood liner with linen wrapping, yes. Real wood, yes. White lacquer gloss, yes. That's 3 feet right there. If you see one in a gallery at 10,000, buy it. Let's go to the certificate. The flower ball, that is one of his trademark looks. Colorful, miracle, sparkle, offset lithograph printed in colors on a wove paper. There it is right there, hand signed. Number 289 of 300, small edition for him. Yeah, most are 1,000, and boom, sold out. Extremely rare. And I want you to remember that we don't put that on everything. We put it on there when we mean it. At $2,200, oh my goodness. A nickel on the dollar. Go to my computer. Same size, to the inch, same size. Oh, okay. We've got ours in an $1,800 frame. You can't beat this show with. I've got more examples. Let's go back to the art. And not all of them I like. But I'm just I'm not well versed in anime. Go to my computer. I don't know who Ten Bow is. Ten Bow. That's 39,000. That's 40 grand. I don't know. It's kind of like a scary Mickey Mouse. I don't know who Ten Bow is. That's scary. 40 grand. Go back to, that's on eBay right now. Yeah, you'll never see this for 5,000. Let's go back to the art. And I do want to show you an example of another print. I'll go to my computer. Very beautiful. It's called Flower, but it's hand signed. See, that's hand signed. $30,000. And it's not me that's driving these prices. It is supply and demand. It is the market. No frame, stored flat, no frame. Let's go back to the art. So, if you're call somebody who owns a gallery. Hurry. Call someone who owns a gallery because they must move on. Oh, they want something with the same flowers. Okay. Go to my computer. Same flower. Same thing, but small. This is a small print. Very small print. How big is it? 12 by 6 inches. 12 by 6 inches. 12 by 6, it's only 6 inches. 12 by 6. Here, I'll enlarge it. 12 by 6 inches. Little thing. Okay. Sure you don't want to bid? Sure you don't want to bid? I don't think we'll ever get another Takashi Murakami in. And sir, if you're watching, I apologize. I would bow. $20,000. How big is it? Let me enlarge it. How big is it? 12 by 6. And this thing is massive. We're offering you a giant. Focuses on Murakami flower imagery, cheerful on the surface, dense once the repeating faces begin to stack up. The image keeps its polish, but the best detail is how quickly the surface becomes crowded and strange. 20,000, how big is it? 12 by 6. Yeah, there you go. That's what it looks like on the wall. Oops, sorry. Right there, 12 by 6. 20,000. $20,000. I'm telling you, the guy's a giant. This is like buying Andy Warhol in the 70s. All right, let's go back to the art. If you ever wanted a home run, and yes, I'm fully aware that not everybody knows who he is. It's fine. All right. Go to my computer. Here is one half size. This, you can tell by the flower in the center. And it's only 28 inches. It's 28 inches. That's 10 grand. It's less than half size. Oops, sorry, wrong way. You can tell by the flower in the center. It's a different image. 28 inches in diameter. Addition of 300, 10 grand. Half the size, no frame. Guys, bid on this. Bid on this. I'm telling you, bid on this. That's 10 grand. No frame. No frame. And they're going to sell it. Pinto Gallery, wonderful gallery. I've never met them. I don't know. I know 10 grand when I see it. Tony's waved it off. This is a loss leader for the show. Let's go back to the art. Take a good look. Would have bid, could have bid, should have bid.
And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money.
All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have a treasure. Louis-Henri Forain was born in October of 1852 in Reims. I know it's spelled Reims, but okay, I got to do it. Go to my computer. How would you spell that? How would you pronounce that? Reims. So I'm at the concierge in Paris, and I go, how do I get to Reims? And this is so long ago. I was there with Sweetie. We didn't have GPS. I used a paper map. And she goes, Reims? She goes, and I wrote it down. She goes, Reims. I said, oh, with an N. So I wanted to see the cathedral. And why did I want to see the cathedral? Because in the cathedral, well, it is considered to be one of the most important works of Gothic art. I mean, come on. That is just, but I have to go quick. It was bombed in World War II. When they rebuilt it, go back to the art. I obviously have no idea how to operate a computer. They chose Marc Chagall to redo the stained glass windows. And I was lucky enough, and I feel very, very lucky enough to go see the stained glass windows by Marc Chagall. And it was just absolutely wonderful. But anyway, once again, I digress. That is where he was born and raised. Now, he passed away at the age of 78 in 1931 in Paris. And I have just a few rare pictures of him. Go to my computer. Photography was just making its debut when he was alive. He went to Venice. Look at that. That warms my heart. And he is known for his images of the Paris theater. Would it be fun to dress like that and go out? And he was also known for his etchings that were, of course, like Henri Toulouse-Lautrec, taken from life. Very successful poster artist as well. Let's go back to the art. Now, when I'm offering you this is some of the rarest of the rare. He was an impressionist, a true, living, real, first generation. He was there. He was 21 years old at the 1873 Paris Impressionist exhibition, and he was there. He was a painter, and most importantly, one of the few true Impressionist printmakers. He worked in oil, he worked in watercolor, pastel, but his lithographs were made into posters, advertised products in bars. But his etchings are extremely rare. Once again, I thank the collector, Orban Huchette. He was one of the few Impressionists who was actually successful during his lifetime. Why? Because he worked for the newspapers. He was a great caricaturist. He would do political cartoons for Le Monde Parisien and the satire magazines. So a lot of the Impressionists were always broke. And I'm going to just say it, there was no TV back then. So you could either sit in a little room by candlelight, try to read a book. Reading a book by candlelight is very hard. Or you do what everybody else did. You go to the bar. And he would buy the rounds. So they loved him. In Paris, he studied at the Academy of Fine Arts. He was very brilliant. And like I said, he was a political satirist. He had this very quick wit. He was very intelligent. He had a very biting wit. And so great poets like Arthur Rimbaud and Paul Verlaine became his friends. One of the world's greatest bits of poetry, go to my computer. The masterpiece by Arthur Rimbaud, The Season in Hell. There you go. This book had a considerable influence on the first edition. There were only 7 made. There were 7 made. One of them was given to Jean-Louis Forain. I'll put that in writing. Let's go back to the art. Now, he was a friend of Degas. And he did, like I said, participate in 4 of the 8 Impressionist exhibitions. But the other thing is that he wrote about the Impressionist theories on light and color. And what he really did was everyday life. The ballet, the opera, the comic opera, the cafes, the bars. I have a very important line for you. Go to my computer. I'd like to show you how famous this piece is. It was the most famous characteristic of the Belle Époque. Belle Époque. And he drew for the Figaro, the newspaper, for more than 30 years. So he always had money. He always had money. A friend for 50 years of Degas. A great patriot during World War I. Now, he enlisted, but he was a little old to carry a rifle. So he was one of the first camouflage artists in history. I think that's wonderful. In 1931, before he died, he was made a member of the Royal Academy of Arts. Collectors of his art include Henri Toulouse-Lautrec. Let's go back to the art. Now, guys, this is beyond rare. This isn't rare. This is crazy rare. This is beyond rare. I do not know one of these for sale anywhere in the world, But do you know who collected Jean-Louis Forain and wrote about him? Go to my computer. Vincent van Gogh. Vincent van Gogh was a collector. Vincent van Gogh was a collector. Jean-Louis Forain, an unpublished print, meaning an experimental print. Just so, the only other example that is even comparable to this is in the Van Gogh Museum, collected by Vincent van Gogh. I'm looking for well over $12,000 because you'll never see it again. If it wasn't for Orban Huchet, this would not be on American soil. I cannot find another one of these. Let's go to the certificate. Guys, we're offering you treasures. This is at the Folies Bergère, taken from life. This is the original etching in black ink on a watermarked arches laid paper, hand pulled from the copper plate executed by Lauzet in Paris. You know who else used Lauzet? Henri Toulouse-Lautrec. It is extremely rare. It is the guaranteed first date, first printing, published in a very small experimental edition by Leconf in 1892. It is, I think, one of the earliest Forains you're ever going to see as an etching. He's known for his lithographs. A true copper plate etching, etched in acid, is beyond rare. $250, I'll buy it. I'll give you $2,500 for it right now. What makes it so beautiful and rare is the acidic bite in the black. What do you want when you see an etching? You want a white and a very black. It's called a full tonal gradation. This is a masterpiece of chiaroscuro. It is a masterpiece of the understanding of light and dark. For the acid to bite that deeply and perfectly, a lot of time the copper will just wash off. This is on a masterpiece level. It is my opinion, it's the only one for sale in America, in the world. I'm at $250 going once. At $250, this man was collected by Vincent van Gogh. This man was collected by Toulouse-Lautrec. This man was collected by Edgar Degas. He was in 4 of the 8 Impressionist exhibitions. I have the only one you'll ever see in your life. I'll buy it. We've already taken 2 bids. The bidder at $250, you will win it if nobody outbids you. On the frame now, that is going to be 19 by 21. And look at the condition of the paper. No stains, no tears, no creases, no buckles. This has been kept flattened in a warehouse for 80 years? World War II has been over for 80 years. That's when Orban Huchet began collecting. See, Orban Huchet, you can, if you look right here in the upper right, that little dent in the paper, that's called the Gaufrage mark. That's from the copper plate. That is the actual pressing of the copper plate on the edge of the plate on the paper from the printing press. I've got 2.5 now going once, looking for $10,000 or more. I've got 2.5 going twice, and a $50 bid could win it. A $25 bid could win it. In 4, 3, 2, 1, going once, going twice. Any further advance, free money. I'm below the price of the frame. I know I sound crazy. I'm crazy. You will never see this again. It belongs in a museum. In this condition, you wouldn't be wrong at $5,000. It's not the money. You'll never. Go to my computer. Look at the nose. I think it's the same young lady. This is at the Van Gogh Museum. You know who collected this? Vincent van Gogh. Jean-Louis Forain. Printmaker, Jean-Louis Forain. This is insanity. This is insanity. Let's go back to the art. Let's go to the close-ups because I'm not bragging. It's just fact. Like a lot of people attribute this line to Yogi Berra. It isn't. It's Dizzy Dean, the great baseball player. It ain't bragging if you done did it. I have a degree in etching, in engraving. Intaglio is the proper term. This is one of the finest etchings I have ever seen in my life. It is magnificent. This is true museum grade. Because the black, see, among etchers, I don't know if you've ever been to a jazz concert, but you'll see jazz musicians in the front row. And when a jazz guitarist does a particularly difficult riff, they'll nod and smile. They get it. This is of the highest quality. This is unbelievable. That's right. I don't want to sell it because this is coming out of the estate of Orban Huchet, and we'll never get another one. You'll never see another one. All right, here we go. I don't want to do it. I don't want to. All right. Dang it. Dragging my feet because I want to buy it. We just had a phone. Wait. Okay, wait. Go to my computer. The Brooklyn Museum has 4 examples, but it's not loading. My computer is not loading. All right, we got to move on.
Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold.
And once again, we have another superstar. You know, I've said it before, and I'm going to say it every time. I'm used to being in the art business, and I'm used to reading very flowery, effusive statements about art. What is the one I read? Oh, a purple and lavender curtain, a crepuscular shadow descended. It's a shadow. They closed the window. Anyhow. Crepuscular means a shadow. Anyhow, I'm used to that, and I don't know. I guess I'm old and cranky. I'm definitely old and cranky. Just give it to me straight. I mean, even when I watch the news, I like Walter Cronkite, and that's the way it is, and that was the way it is. So go to my computer. I like ArtNet. You can look at it for free. ArtNet. Just give me the straight deal and no monkey business. He was a French artist. Good, we're off to a good start. Considered one of the greatest glassmakers of the 20th century. Boom, we're done. I'll print that for you. This puts him on a level of Dale Chihuly. A Dale Chihuly like this is $45,000. I'm going to put this one above $10,000 all day long because his stock has been rising. I've been talking to people that live on the French Riviera. Now here's the deal on that. Because of the internet, and we have so many French artists, we're becoming very popular in France. One of the artists that we sell on this show is a 3-time president of the greatest art show in the world. Her name is Martine Delalouf. The vice president, 3-time vice president, Christine Oberthur. The president of the Art Museum of Brittany, Cancale, Breton, France. The upper northwest corner of France, Patrick Abraham. They're all friends of the show. So it's created this network. We broadcast live for free on Facebook and YouTube. Live broadcast on Roku too. So we have a lot of people that are watching on the internet right now. Merci. Beaucoup. Bonjour. I wish I could speak. Anyhow. Navarro's lamps, bottles, and vases utilize Art Deco inspired shapes to create these swirling, colorful forms. He also pioneered techniques, including adding and layering unique materials directly into the glass, such as metal oxides, gold leaf, precious stones, luminescent powders that glow in the dark. Tony, do you think this glows in the dark? It kind of looks like it would. Yeah, Now this does matter. In recognition of his ambition with his medium, he's included in the Guinness Book of World Records. That matters. 500? Wait till I show you. His prices just keep going up. They just keep going up. He is the maker of the largest hand-blown glasswork ever created. Born in 1943 in Antibes, which I enjoy because when World War II was over, Picasso moved to Antibes. And they gave him the Grimaldi Palace to make as his studio. Today, the Grimaldi Palace is now known as the Picasso Museum of Antibes. He began studying glassmaking at the age of 14 in Biot. Oh, weren't we just talking about the town of Biot with Fernand Léger, where they have the world's largest Fernand Musée National Museum? He started his own studio there in 1977. I can't believe it's been 12 years. Well, because of Orban Huchet, we have direct access to his estate. This has never been shown in a gallery. It's never been sitting in a gallery or an auction house in the French Riviera. It was shipped directly to us. Now, let's go back to the art. My computer's going to jump around. Whoopsie. A little one. Go to my computer. It's beautiful. I love it. Okay. Here's a 1 ounce perfume vial, but it's signed. 1 ounce. That will hold 1 ounce. Here's a little one, beautiful. I love it. I think he's genius.
And I discovered this profession. I was 14 years old. And I really enjoyed it, and I made it my passion, and it's my life, and it's my job. It's not the number of pieces that I make. It's the pieces that stay good because the pieces, when they're blown and finished, that they go into the kiln for 5 days. If there's always 1, 2, or 3 that break because I receive them for days and you never know which ones are going to break because of the colors inside. 1,200 degrees. I work at between 1,100 and 800 degrees. When the piece is finished, it goes into the kiln at 560 degrees for 2 days, and then the temperature drops slowly. And when the temperature is good after a few days, we open the kiln to take the pieces out. There are some good ones, there are some bad ones. That's normal. That's how it is. I was 14 years old in my little village in Biot, and I would go and play. They were building a tiny glassworks there. I would go and play, and when I saw the ovens heating up, I really liked it. I got hired. I was 14 years old. I grew up at the Biot Glassworks. I learned my trade down there. Not that. I didn't take that. I learned how to make glass, stem glasses, carafes, and pitchers. I learned that, and I always tried when I had time to do something other than what I had been taught. And that lasted 20 years. One day, I left the Biot Glassworks. I made my first glassworks. I made 50 in all.
Let's go back to the art. Now, anybody can find that there are a number of videos about him of course, on YouTube. See, there was another one. Well, no, we don't have time. Guys, I don't think you are ever going to see this at 6,000. I mean, this is a masterpiece. This is, again, coming directly from Monaco. He learned how to make glass in Biot, which is a small town, but this is massive. Just under 14 inches tall. But what I like about this one so much is that is the biggest stopper I have ever seen. Now, we had a client that told us, and this is years ago, that not this shape, but there is a shape where people drink cognac out of them, and they get drunk and they tip them over. Yeah. And they would drink cognac and drop the stoppers, and they'd break. So the stoppers are $2,000. Let's come in here on the bottom. We can see the autograph in block letters, Jean-Claude Navarro, and then beneath it is in cursive. So we see it is double signed. On the left there is JC, Jean-Claude, and then Navarro, and then in cursive. He had an electric motor with a flexible shaft and a diamond tip bit, not a drill bit. It was a diamond tip. And so he'd do block letters, JC Navarro, and then Jean-Claude in his autograph. So it has everything. I'm going to put this one above 13,000. It is massively heavy and flawless. And just, it's a 10. It looks like a cloud.
This one's
No, I don't think so. It's a different shade of green when they glow in the dark. Wait a minute. I think that. What? I think it does glow.
That's pretty dark. Yeah, that's definitely a glow.
Yeah, this is definitely a collector's item. That's a 10. Okay, I want this. That is spectacular. Yeah. And it's definitely bigger than a billiard ball. So we're $300 below the price of a stopper. It is signed. Everything about it is correct. Condition flawless, not a scratch. Directly from the artist's estate. At auction with no minimum bid. Could you imagine this at an art gallery in Monaco, where you get a $60 glass of wine, a $60 plate of pasta? A two-bedroom apartment with an ocean view is $5 million to start. And you can't move there unless you can prove you have $6 million cash unattached in the bank. But if you move there, you live tax-free. And how do they get you? You have to put all your money in a Monaco bank. Monegasque. Oh, come on. This is not 2,000. This is just a standard flashlight. That's all I'm using. Well, it's kind of fancy. It's got a lanyard. It's a little fancy. Yeah, that's pretty incredible. I like everything about it. I love this side. It really is, it's like, I don't know, being in an airplane. It's kind of like being in the cloud. Just perfect. Just very, very thick base on the bottom. It's very heavy. All right, let's. We've had a lot of late bidders tonight. Boy, that just nice. And no, there's no machine in the world that could do this.
I mean, I own a lot of Navarro, but the biggest one I have is probably about yay big. I don't have anything like this.
That is the biggest stopper I've ever seen. All right, and here we go. I've got 25 going once. I've got 25 going twice. Now, here's what's going to happen, and we've seen this happen before in the art market. When the estate sells out and they announce, oh, we have nothing, except for the personal pieces they're going to keep in the family, what will happen to price? When retail galleries get a hold of these, I want you to put this in perspective. Go to my computer. That's a little one. This is 1 ounce. That'll hold 1 ounce. It's a perfume vial. Beautiful stopper. Nothing wrong with that. I think you're doing okay. Yeah, it's real. It's good. It's signed. Nothing wrong with that price. It'll sell. It'll sell. All right. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. So I'm assuming wholesale on this is about 6. All right, let's go back to the art. All right, here we go. Underbid. And it's just nice. Hold on a moment. No, I'm not. I don't get paid by Amazon or anything like that. But go to my computer. I have no connection to Amazon whatsoever. But for $14, I would buy something like this. And you can. It'll light up a little sculpture like this. It's only $14. And if you don't like that one's $25. Well, that one's pretty. Oh, this one changes color. Spend the $2. That would be nice. That would be nice. And that's $16 on Amazon. And no, I'm not affiliated. Let's go back to the art. $16. So you're all right. Let's go back to the art. And I looked on Amazon and let's go back to the art. Thank you. And this is coming directly from the family. There's no and Orban Huchet, thank you. Thank you for making America a better place. You really are. I'm not just saying that. Okay, this could go in the Corning Glass Museum in Pittsburgh. I'm going to get back further. Yeah, that's a museum. I don't care what you say. That's a museum piece. I don't care what. That could go in any museum. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. Hammers up, and I'm all done. All in, all fair, all square. 5, 4, 3. We're down to 3 bidders. The bidding is to you, sir or madam. I can't tell. They're you know, I'm over here. They're over there.
All right, last call, guys.
Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold.
Leonardo di Ser Piero da Vinci was born April 15, 1450. Now, we don't know a lot about Leonardo da Vinci from his paintings. There's 25 that are known by him, another 15 that are attributed to him. What do we know about him? How do we know so much about him? It's his notebooks. In his lifetime, he made over 13,000 pages of notes and drawings. And as a group, they fuse art and natural philosophy. And that is, isn't it the forerunner, the basis of all modern science? He did it every day, wherever he would go. He made continual observations of the world around him without judgment. Their incredible range of interest and occupation and preoccupation. Some are mundane, lists of groceries, people that owed him money. Where'd he leave his shoes? Some are intriguing, designs for wings, shoes for walking on water, details of drapery, faces, emotion, animals, babies, plant studies, whirlpools, war machines, flying machines. Well, these papers have found their way into major collections like the Royal Library at Windsor Castle. And their masterpiece, their magnum opus at Windsor Castle, the Royal Library, it is a document that is unparalleled in the history of humanity. First drawing of a child in the womb. A pregnant woman had passed away. And rather than, he said, this is an opportunity for science. There are, the third floor of the Louvre in Paris has actually been redesigned around not only the Mona Lisa, but his writings, his papers. The National Library of Spain has a big collection, the Victoria and Albert Museum, the National Library of Italy in Milan. They have the 12-volume Codex Atlanticus. The British Library in London has the Codex Arundel. The Codex Leicester is the only privately owned work by Leonardo da Vinci. The booklets like that. It's owned by Bill Gates. And before the pandemic, he would take it all around the world. Now there's one left. It's called the Codex Urbanus. The Codex Urbanus. The treatise on painting is a collection of Da Vinci's writings just under a general heading, on painting, concerning the matter of painting. The main aim of the treatise is to argue that painting is a science. And I have at least 5 different, I have at least 5 different books. And let's go to my computer. I have at least 5 different books on Leonardo da Vinci. And when I showed one was very expensive. And we had a client years ago that called and said, I'll never be able to afford those books. And so what I want to do is make art available and equal to all. So I do use Wikipedia, and I do donate every month, and almost every month. Some I forget. Anyhow, the treatise on painting is right here. Trattado della Pittura. And here it is right here. The manuscripts is 13,000 pages total. When Leonardo da Vinci, see, that's not his real name. His real name is Leonardo di Ser Piero, but he was from the town of Vinci. So when he was young, he went to the big city of Milan to get a job under Ludovico Sforza. He was the rich guy. He was the Duke of Milan. And so he showed up there with devices, drawings for battlements for castles and weapons. And he got hired by Ludovico Sforza. Now, these 13,000 pages took years to be gathered together and put in chronological order by Francesco Melzi. And this guy is genius in his own right. There he is, but a lot of people don't know that he drew this. Oh, he painted that. Magnificent. This is a drawing by Francesco Melzi. For years, people thought that was a self-portrait done with 2 mirrors. You can't see your your profile in one mirror. You need 2 mirrors. Nope. It was done by Francesco Melzi. And he painted that. This guy's genius. So worthy of being a pupil of Da Vinci. So this guy, Francesco Melzi, collected the papers for decades. Now, hang on a minute. A short version, an abridged version, was found and published in France in 1651. It's a very short version. When the total manuscript was rediscovered in the Vatican Library, it was published in its modern form in 1817. Remember that, because 101 years earlier, hang on, we're going to go there. This is a website, treatiseonpainting.org, treatiseonpainting.org. Anybody can find it. It's great. Let's go to the introduction. Documents the legacy of Leonardo da Vinci on the science of art. The treatise on painting circulated widely. Artists, scientists, and scholars, including Nicolas Poisson. The document before you was published by Nicolas Poisson. What? And Galileo read it avidly. I was studying Galileo last night, and then it was time for bed. I want to learn more about Galileo. So we go back. We find the original documents. They're all at the Vatican. Not for sale. Not for sale. Not for sale. Not for sale. We go to the handwritten copies. Yes, and I did read about T. Kimball Brooker. Mr. Brooker, you are a great man. The city of Chicago owes you a debt. They should honor you with a sculpture or naming a street after you. I read about his life. What a great man. And then we go to the printed editions. Released at the same time, a short version in Paris. A small portfolio in Italian, a small portfolio in French. Same day, Paris. It was published in English 70 years later. But wait. Predating the English version, Pierre-François Giffard in Paris. What if we could find one? No, I'm not looking for $250. I'm looking for $15,000. This is beyond crazy rare. Can I document it? Yep. What do I have here? Archive.org. Write it down. Archive.org. I love that website. Archive.org, Da Vinci on painting. Watch this. Boom goes the dynamite. Now, this particular edition Bear with me. Look in the bottom right. 1835, 1835, 1835. Nope, ours is from 1716. 60 years before there was an America. That's the English translation. Okay, bear with me, it's gonna be fun. So we go to the back. Read it. It's all reflected colors are less brilliant and strong than those that receive a direct light, but in the same proportion as there is between the light of a body and the cause of that light. Let the colors of which draperies of your figures are composed be such as to form a pleasing variety, to distinguish one from another. And although for the sake of harmony, they should be of the same nature, but they must not stick together. You can read it and you go, oh my gosh. So I'm going to go to the back. And there it is. Oh, wait, am I on the right one? No, I'm not. I think I passed it. I passed it. Go back to the art. I'll find it. Now, why does that gentleman look so buff, and what is he doing? When Michelangelo, I know we're talking about Da Vinci, went to the Carrara Marble Works, go to my computer. Now, they weren't naked, they had clothes on, but they moved stone all day. If you pick up heavy pieces of marble all day long, for a living, you'll be in pretty good shape. Why is that vertical line there? What's that line? Let's go back to the art. Da Vinci writes that as an artist, you should be aware that someday somebody may make a sculpture of your work of art. So be aware of your center of balance, your center of gravity. That's what that line is for, right there. See that vertical line? Because in Da Vinci's words, you don't want your statue to topple over. Oh, I love it. At $12,000, what would you bid? 15 by 17, 15 by 17. Okay, think about it. A second edition Da Vinci. The first shortened version was in 1651. In English, 1721. The second Paris edition was 1716. You think that's $300? I think it's $12,000. Let's go to the certificate. Oh, wrong one. Let's go to the certificate. The study of a man carrying a stone. He's a marble worker at the Carrara Marble Quarry, where his friend Michelangelo got the massive block for Il Gigante, the giant. You may know it as Michelangelo's David. So Michelangelo and Leonardo were kind of friends, but in the end they would argue so much. They would get drunk and argue. They'd go to bars and drink wine. Italians drinking wine, waving their arms around and argue? No. Etching and blacking. I know one Italian sit there smiling. Are you kidding? That was my family on Sunday. Executed through the collaboration of, Nicolas Poisson. What? This was made by Nicolas Poisson and Charles Erard from the design of Leonardo da Vinci, from the French edition that predates the English edition. The original drawing, conceived between 1490 and 1513 by Da Vinci, printed in Paris 1760. That is 60 years before there was an America. And you're telling me we're in the 375? Okay, I got to be on camera to say this. Good afternoon. Welcome to Rome. Yes, I'm looking for an extremely rare Leonardo da Vinci. I know the first edition was done in 1651, a very short version, but I want the true full version that was done in 1716. Now, I want it to predate the English version. I want it to be in mint condition. I want it to be the 1716 edition. You know, the one that predates the founding of America. And if you put it in a frame, I'll give you $400. What is wrong with what is happening? And that's why the gentleman is so musculature, is because he was a marble quarry worker. The same quarry where Michelangelo got the stones for La Pieta, the statue of Moses, which is magnificent, and David. And in art, why are these men like Michelangelo's ceiling of the Sistine Chapel? Why are they so musculature and handsome? I quote my mother, who was an art teacher and a Sunday school teacher. I quote my own mother. I asked her about that. And she said, the artist wants you to focus on the beauty of God's creation. I'll never forget that. I was a little kid when she said that. The artist wants you to focus on the beauty of God's creation. All right, and here we go. 4 1/4. A record for a similar, not exact, on this show is 12,500. Do you have any idea that you are living in a true buyer's market? Go to my computer. This is what the Carrara Marble Works looks like today. But they didn't have those big tools back then. No, I don't want to. Oh, here it is.
At an elevation of 1,000 meters, one of the world's most precious. Only here can you find the finest marble. Its exceptional quality was also revered by Renaissance sculptor Michelangelo. A single block can cost over 10,000 euros, and producing fine marble slabs takes several days. Italian marble has been mined in the single block can cost over 10,000 euros, and producing fine marble slabs.
All right, let's go back to the art. Please watch the videos. They're on YouTube. And the Carrara Marble Quarry in Italy, I would love to go. I would absolutely love to go. And both Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci, and Michelangelo used these young men because their whole life they've been lifting stones and swinging a sledgehammer. And again, the emphasis on the beauty of God's creation. As a matter of fact, in Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel ceiling, the creation of Adam is a marble worker in Carrara. And there he is with the actual stone on it. $450? I'll buy it. You'll never see this in a gallery for $5,000. Look at the condition. 1716. This is exquisite. Bid the I'm not even doing $50 bid. Bid the $25. All right, a new record low. Please, I want you to go to this website, and then I hope you will gain. Okay, go to my computer. When Melzi's manuscript was discovered in the Vatican Library, it wasn't published in its modern form until 1817. And abridged, a very short version, was first published in France in 1651. What are we offering you here? I'm offering you the first full edition that predates the English translation. The English translation, 1721. The full French edition, 5 years earlier in Paris. The short version, 1651, by Giacomo Langlois. Now, those are sold out. I don't think you'll ever see one of those. Did I buy one? No, I didn't even buy one. Now, it was published in English in 1721. What predates that? 1716. Come on, you really think? One of the greatest scientific paper, the greatest scientific paper on painting, the main aim of the treatise is to argue that painting is a science. I agree. Painting is both an art and a science. He worked on this paper for 25 years of his life. When Leonardo died, he left his notebooks to Francesco Melzi. Now, 2/3 of the treatise is gone. I think it was bombed in World War II. You know how rare this is? This is not 500, this is not 5,000. Have you ever seen one? It wasn't even published in its modern form until 1817. I'm offering you something so rare. 101 years earlier than the Vatican's edition. And I'm doing $550? This is the definition of insanity. Here's the website, treatiseonpainting.org, treatiseonpainting.org, treatiseonpainting.org. Here's the homepage. All right, I literally give up. You're witnessing history. Whoever wins this.
And the hammer's up and we're all done, all in, all fair, all square, and I sold it under the money now, way under the money.
Swirling waves of monochromatic patterns spill onto canvas and walls alike in the hands of Kev.
Die Linien, die male ich nie gerade oder nie mit Ecken, weil alles muss im Flow sein und das kommt eher so, also die Inspiration kommt mehr aus der Natur, weil dort ist alles sehr harmonisch und alles fließt ineinander und deswegen this is very harmonious for me and somehow it makes me calm to paint this. I don't paint them straight or I don't paint edges because it's somehow disturbing in my mind, so I keep it very much in the flow and this is very important for me.
Born in Germany, Kev came up in the street art scene of the early 2000s, creating large-scale pattern paintings and murals. Starting with graffiti when he was 14, he decided to make art more seriously in his early 20s and left Germany for London in 2013. Commissioned by retailer Urban Outfitters, Kev designed the interiors for stores from London to Berlin.
With Urban Outfitters, they invited me to paint and I could do just what I want to do there on their walls. It was good. It really pushed my confidence even more to do just my thing, and after this project was finished, I just continued my work. I was invited to a project in Dali, the city, and there's a big lake, it's called Erhai Lake. There are water tanks to clean the water, and I could paint one of those tanks. I can't even imagine, as this is just in me, like, you know, it's in my blood somehow to do this.
Seeing his work as hypnotic, harmonious, and peaceful, there is an underlying spiritual element to Kev's art. It is no surprise that his artwork comes directly from his soul and is deeply inspired by nature and Buddhist philosophy.
I remember the very first day I met Simon Keff, traveling all day, on my feet all day. I get a phone call. I had no idea what was in store for me. I sat down and looked at your art, and I thought they were reduced photomechanical giclée. And then you said they were originals with a varnish coat. You saw me put my nose on there and I went, I can't believe it. And then the very next day when I met him at the Paris Salon, it reaffirmed everything I already knew. I think you have it. Whatever it is, you have it. Bear witness to a moment in history. I remember being quite pleasantly surprised when I found out that Mitch broke my KEF auction record.
I genuinely believe in 5 to 10 years' time, we're gonna look back and this is just the beginning of where KEF is headed.
Sold! Sold!
Sold for $29,000.
Sold at $41,000.
Sold at
$63,000.
I can't think of a single artist that's taken off as fast in as short a period of time as KEF.
Without a doubt, the hottest artist in the world today is Simon KEF, Simon Roelen. Whether it's the design that he did for the first all-electric Porsche, the Taycan, yes, they chose him, to being the official artist of World Cup soccer, his art, he designed the artistic goalpost for World Cup soccer. It was seen by 5 billion people. But without a doubt, he is the hottest artist in the world right now. He's a German street artist who was born in 1989. Today we simply call him KEF. It means scar. Well, when you think about it, if you do graffiti on a public building, that is kind of like a scar on the building. And it's good, like I said earlier, a good piratey name, a good street art. You want something, a little dashing there. He was born in Übach-Pallenberg in Germany in 1989, but he moved to London in 2013. Why? And if you've watched this show, why do we have so much art from London? It is the epicenter of the world's most important art movement, the art movement of our day. Urban art, street art, graffiti art, whatever you want to call it. He moved to London in 2013 to immerse himself in that city's booming street art scene. It would be like Renoir or Toulouse-Lautrec moving to Montmartre to be part of the post-impressionist or the impressionist era. He's currently based in Berlin. He's been traveling Singapore, Taiwan. I don't know where he is right now. I know he did tour Italy. He is thriving. He looks at his art, and great art is always an extension of the artist. He says, I look at my art as an indelible mark. It's left not only on the surface that I paint, but on the minds of those who view it. Because he approaches art with a sense of balance and harmony. He said, obviously, and he'll say it over and over again, I am influenced by the spirit and flow of Buddhism, of nature and freedom. What he has done, and the artists that stand the test of time, transcend the movement. His work transcends traditional graffiti. It has brought him into 2 museums. He has these swirling lines, these organic waves. They energize, they enliven, they harmonize space. It's a very beautiful line, and he mixes it with color. He's been doing both interior and exterior art for the public. He's been doing private commissions, the Haus in Berlin, Park Lane Hotel in Hong Kong, the Commerce Building of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He's done murals in the United States, in a town I love, Dali, China. England, France, Germany, Guatemala, Israel, Spain, Wales. It really began, I think the breakthrough moment was when he was commissioned by the great retailer, Urban Outfitters, to design the interior of their stores in London. And from there it went to Berlin, then their stores in Stuttgart, then to Hong Kong. From his museum work to the celebrity that he attracts, this is just the beginning of his career. But I want to end this with a quote by him. He said, for me, the most important aspect of my work is that people just enjoy looking at it. To me, the joy of painting is absolute freedom. I can express what I think the whole world needs, and that's harmony. We see that over and over again. Mark my words, acquire a KEF. And I've never, if you've watched this show for 18 years, I've only said this about one artist. Think about getting more than one. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. 18 years? It's been 20 years and 3 months. And this one is full-size mixed media original on the frame now. That's going to be 28 by 35, 28 by 35. There it is on the diagonal. And I do want to show you in the bottom right, custom framing, because it goes in about an inch, about an inch or so. Why? Because when you get it home and you look at the edge, it come up a little bit higher right in there. It's painted around the edge of the actual stretcher bar. It's a stretcher bar floating within a frame. It's called a float mount. It is signed. Notice there's no number. That's an original. And by mixing medias, I'll turn it around again to show you what I mean. Because the mixing of the media, and you have to say this properly, is because he's added and hand painted a resin coat. It's not under glass. That's not glass. And then you go over that resin. I don't know the brand name. Polyvinyl clear cast? I don't know. But look at that. Our record for a similar, my record, 31,000. Tonight, the bidding has been insane. No edition number. Condition of the document, flawless. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Let's go to the certificate. One way to happiness. The original mixed media work with diamond dust, so that does count too. Now, I've tried to show it on the camera, but because of the studio lights, it's not as good as it is in real life. You'll see when you get it home, you'll go, oh, this is bad. I didn't think it was this good. And that's a pleasant surprise. So we have the painting, we have the diamond dust, we have the resin. It's a proper mixed media work. Signed on the back by the artist, the verso. Like a coin, the proper terminology, a front and back for a coin or a painting, recto and verso. From the series of unique variants, nothing new about that. Every artist I met has liked success. Picasso did 43 variations of Los Meninos, a painting by Diego Velázquez. And, Claude Monet did over 200 water lily paintings. So unique variants, nothing new under the sun. Brand new, fresh to the market. In a $900 frame, I'm offering you an original painting. Let me give you an idea of the man's fame. $400. I'll buy it. Now, he grew up in a small town in Germany called Aachen, A-A-C-H-E-N, Aachen, and then he moved to the big city of Berlin. Go to my computer. You want to know if you made it? That's Berlin City Hall, covered with Kef paintings. Yeah, that's Berlin City Hall. The Alte Stadthaus. Let's go back to the art. You can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Go to my computer. He just teamed up with BMW of Tampa to paint the big saloon, the Series 7. What is that, 150,000? I know it's an expensive, hand painted. Now, when BMW, here you go, kid, paint this car. Well, it's not the first time. Let's go back to the art. Is that wonderful? So how's he doing lately? Well, as you know, he went to Hong Kong, then he went to Shanghai, then he went to Shenzhen, then he went to Beijing. He said, I have 5 years of work waiting for me in Hong Kong. He goes, I could move to Hong Kong. He goes, but I like being at home. Well, here's his latest sojourn. Go to my computer. He could move to China. Let's go back to the art. One last thing, and I think you should be aware of it. With great ability, go to my computer. He just did a charity auction in England with Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin. It was the last time he sang Stairway to Heaven in public. It was a charity auction in England where they sold this painting on the bottom left, $61,000. And I'm offering you a mixed media original painting for $1,100. Bid on it. Bid on this. Bid on this. Yep, that really is Robert Plant. That was for the Cancer Awareness Trust of England. And you know what he did with the $61,000? He gave it away to charity. Simon Rowland is an incredible human being. Let's go back to the art. No, this is not 1,100. It's 12,000. It's in all day long a $1,200 frame, and I want you to check when you do that custom float mount. It's 2 frames. It's a frame within a frame. It's very expensive. Don't let it get away. And one other little thing, you may have heard about this. Let's go to my computer. World Cup Soccer. World Cup Soccer. 8 artists were chosen. And he did the goalposts.
Wait. What? The inspiration behind my design is that first it's the desert rose from Qatar, which I think the organic shape suits very well my work. And second, the colors of both countries, Germany and Qatar, I made them meld together into my design.
Wait. What?
That is the artistic goalpost for World Cup Soccer. Seen by how many people? 5 billion. That's global. Bid on this. Bid on this. Let's go back to the art. All right, here we go. I've got 11 now. It's going to be at 12. I've got 11 now. It's going to be at 12. Way under the money. I highly recommend it. It is very rare that you see an artist make a global impact. And I'll tell you, part of the success on this is universal appeal. He can go to Berlin, he can go to Paris, he can go to England, he can go to Shanghai, he can go to Hong Kong, which are very different cultures. And a lot of us think, oh, China. Oh, no. There's over 150 different cultures in China. Mongolian. So, anyhow. And everywhere he goes, people feel this connection, this resonance. And I've had clients call me up and go, Ray, I meditate in front of my paintings. So does Simon. And like so many artists on this show, he goes, I go into a meditative state when I begin to make my art. How many times have we heard that on this show? You do. You just, I say get in the groove. When you're in the groove and it's flowing, it's lovely. You're living in a buyer's market. Take advantage. You know and I know there's a war going on. That lowers art sales. I just read an article. It is more advantageous to buy art in 2026 than it was during the Great Depression. That's how strong your dollar is right now. And zoom in. I mean, look at the workmanship on that. It's flawless. I would love to own it. Absolutely. Look at that. What? What did you say? Is that your first copy I've ever had? Here. Oh. Never made here. It's pretty good. Oh, I like coffee. Underbid. I'm underbid by 10,000. I'm going to pitch a fit. I am going to Myrtle May. Oh, Myrtle May. Oh, Myrtle May. I just want to sit in a hammock and by the lake and have somebody pet my hand and say, poor, poor thing. Well, how long? 2 weeks. I just want to sit in a hammock by the lake and drink beer all day long and have somebody, a pretty girl, pet my hand and say, poor, poor thing. How long? 2 weeks. That's in the movie Harvey. It's one of my favorite scenes in cinema history. And that where they raid the casino, Humphrey Bogart in Casablanca, and you're winning, sir? Guys, bid on this. This is free money. I'm losing. I've never seen anything like this. It is. All right. Go to my computer. And you're telling me the art market is booming? You're telling me the art market is booming. Let's go back to the art. You're living in a paradise for now if you can afford it. Go to my computer. You know how much I like ArtNet? It's free. Give me the straight deal. 17. Hang on, I'm going to get to it. The show was canceled. Long story short, one of the biggest art shows in the world was canceled. Let's go back to the art. Oh, here it is right here. The math is no longer working. On August 7th, the gallery announced it was closing. Nobody can afford to be in the art business anymore. Babin is far from the only dealer on the way out. The art world is in a precarious state. Not a week goes by without a major gallery closing. Overheads are killing businesses. Okay, a cost of molding for a frame used to be about $24 tops. Now it's $135 for an 8-foot section. All right, let's go back to the art. All right, and here we go. You're living in an art collector's paradise. Go to my computer. Business closures, layoffs. It used to be a buyer's market, a seller's market. That's the Robb Report. I like to look at their cars. Not that I can buy one, but I like to look at the fancy cars. Let's go back to the art. That's a home run.
Going once, going twice. Sold.
Paul Gauguin's Noa Noa. During his first visit to Tahiti, 1891 to 1893, Paul Gauguin documented his experience in his travel journal, Noa Noa. We first encounter the phrase Noa Noa when Gauguin describes the scent of the Tahitian women. I quote, "A mingled perfume, half animal, half vegetable, emanated from them. The perfume of their blood and of the gardenias, tiare, which they wore in their hair. Tiare marahi Noa Noa. I am now very fragrant," they said. When he returned to Paris in 1893, he was anxious to exhibit the works he produced during his 2-year sojourn. But he realized that the Paris art world might not understand his new work. He began writing Noa Noa to accompany an exhibition at the Durand-Ruel Gallery in Paris. He hoped that the travel journal would provide the viewer with the context necessary to comprehend the new themes in the work on exhibit. The work, however, was not completed in time for the exhibition opening. Gauguin's first journey to Tahiti can be interpreted as a self-imposed exile in light of his contemporaries' incomprehension of this new art, his hostile critics, and a financial disaster he was facing. Tahiti was an escape from Western civilization, an unspoiled land. To finance this trip to Tahiti, Gauguin organized the sale of 30 of his original paintings with the French auction house Drouot. The date was Monday, February 23, 1891. The sale was successful, and the proceeds from the sale amounted to 9,860 French francs. That's about 2 years' pay for a high-level government employee. He left Marseille April 1st, 1891, and arrived in Papeete June 9th, a 69-day voyage. Now, the publication history of this manuscript that we're looking at right now is as tumultuous as Gauguin's life. Even before leaving for Tahiti, Gauguin gave the manuscript to a poet by the name of Charles Maurice. And Charles Maurice kept it until 1908, and he sold it to a publisher by the name of Edmond Sagat to settle a debt. The first manuscript of Noa Noa was forgotten for nearly 40 years. Charles Maurice and Gauguin had a serious falling out over financial arrangements, and then Gauguin died. His wife, Meta, and his children continued to squabble about the publication rights and the financial arrangements. And then World War I intervened, and that delayed publication. Finally, in 1916, the great publisher George Christ negotiated a contract with Gauguin's wife, Meta, and then she died in 1920. Finally, in 1924, the manuscript was published with 24 woodcuts inspired by Gauguin. And the irony? The printing was assisted by his artist friend, Georges Daniel de Montfort. Color on this and realize that this is pristine. It is literally 100 years old, first edition, and pristine. Go to my computer. Look at this. There is a portfolio of Noa Noa at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. There is a portfolio with the original wood block. They have one block. That's the printing block at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. They have the title block. This is world class. Then, one of my favorite places in the world, the Art Institute of Chicago. They have one of the prints. Now, let's go to Princeton University. Princeton University, Special Collections, Princeton University, they have a block. Look at that. And I quote, Princeton University. We pulled the collotype facsimile of Paul Gauguin's Noah Noah yesterday for the students to study. I'm offering you one of the collotypes. I'll show you where the original is in about a minute. But no, I'll do it right now. Where is the original? It's in the Louvre. It's in the Louvre. This is from an exhibit that when it was shown at the Grand Palace, the National Gallery. And you see that the color on the original notebook owned by Paul Gauguin is faded. But that's the original. So I'm going to move ahead. I have to go to 1 minute and 50 seconds. And you can see that the original watercolors are a bit faded. He did glue in some photographs. And these are early pressings, and he did include the early woodblock prints into his own notebook. The paper is hand-bound. It's a stack of paper that he stitched together. We're almost there. We're almost there. Hang on. The bottom right is the basis for a very famous painting. In 2 or 3 pages, it'll come up. Now, this is the original document in the Louvre in Paris. The Spirit of the Dead is Watching, I think is the name of it. You're guarded by your ancestors. So it's not like a ghost thing. It's your ancestors. And here it is, bottom right. Look at the color. Compare the color. That's the original in the Louvre. That's the original in the Louvre. Are you ready for the fun? Now, anybody can find this. Just type in Paul Gauguin, Noah Noah, go to YouTube, and you can find it. Now for the fun part. We have the first edition. Paul Gauguin began writing his travel journal, Noah Noah, Fragrance, after returning to Paris in 1893. The manuscript was given to a poet by the name of Charles Maurice. Gauguin kept the original pages, prints, drawings, and other visual material pasted in. It's in the Louvre. Now here's where it gets interesting. It was written in France, conceived by Gauguin and his friend Charles Maurice. The original manuscript with the drawings, watercolors, and photographs were given by Gauguin to Georges Daniel Monfride. Gauguin's widow, Meta, got it too. He hurried immediately to the Louvre and offered Noah Noah as a gift. Noah Noah still belongs to the Louvre. But are you ready? There was an edition of 400 printed in Germany. There was an edition of 400. The after manuscript was sold by a German publisher, Kurt Wolff, who's now in America at that time. Acquired the facsimile legally from Gauguin's widow, Meta. Are you ready? I have just been informed by the last owners it has been definitely lost in the way from England to America thanks to Hitler's submarines. A U-boat sank it. It's on the bottom of the ocean. Now, the 400, the German edition, the 400 are gone. Only 100 examples, only 100 examples exist. How many are in America? How many are in America? And there it is. Look at the color on the original, how it is faded. Guys, I'm offering you a 100-year-old Paul Gauguin, a 100-year-old first edition. Let's go to the cert. The travel, the journey, landscape. Landscape in Tahiti. It is in the Edouard Manet to Hockney book, page 15, the Skira catalog, the Carteret catalog, volume 4, page 175. It is 5 catalog references. First date collotype, just like the one at Princeton University. The original is at the Louvre. with Pashwa, meaning it's an original watercolor over the Collotype. Now, Collotype is an archaic printing process that is so labor intensive and expensive that the last time I read, there is only 13 operational printing presses in the world. It's just too, modern printing is so much more efficient. Executed by Ganymede in Berlin from the design of Paul Gauguin, one of only 100 that have survived. I don't know how many of the 100 have made it. I don't know how many. Conceived in 1895 to 1896 during Gauguin's second voyage to Tahiti, but before he moved to the outer island of Iva-Oa, executed under the direction of Meyer Graf and Maurice Gesellschaft for the French edition of Noa Noa, 1926. The German edition's on the bottom of the ocean. You really think a 100-year-old Paul Gauguin first edition is $200? You're living in paradise. That's his house. That's his home. I am stunned. I am stunned. First edition, French edition, with so much great, here, go to my computer, here it is. The color saturation on the print is truer to the original. Let me see if I can get rid of that. Hold on. See if I can get the color back. Hang on. It's going. And there it is. Look how much richer ours is because the original faded. The original faded. Let's go back to the art. 100-year-old first edition Paul Gauguin printed in Paris. And you're telling me that's $250. From the estate of Orban Huchet. This is beyond. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. I've got 2.5 going once, setting a 20-year all-time record. I've got $250 going twice. We will pay you to buy it. This is below the cost of acquisition. The customs fees, shipping it from Paris, getting it framed, getting it from the framer to here, to show to you a 100-year-old first edition Paul Gauguin. An example of this is in the collection of Princeton University. And nobody thinks that's a $25 bid. This show is wonderful. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. Not one person watching this show. $300. I remember that every single one we had, we would be between $3,600 and $5,200. That's how much it is advantageous to buy art. Just 6 years later. This is insanity. Okay, go to my computer. This is a reproduction that was printed this year. This is a reproduction. It's $1,182. It's a copy. It's modern. It's in a lovely frame. Beautiful frame. There it is. $1,100. I'm offering you a 100-year-old first edition. I am offering you a 100. Paul Gauguin. That's a Giclée. Let's go back. How much? $1,100. Printed this year. Brand new. Printed. Oh, it's a limited edition. Okie dokie. Oh, you can get a laminated poster for $1,100. A laminated poster is enclosed behind a clear sheet of long-lasting laminate film. $1,100. What does my cert say? Made in 2026? Let's go back to the certificate. Oh no, it's a rare first edition. 1926. 100 years old, first date, 5 catalog references, and it's flawless. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You're living in an art collector's paradise. All right, here we go. Let's go back to the certificate. One of the many catalog references is in a definitive art book. They say modern art begins with Edouard Manet. And the phrase modern art really ends with David Hockney. Right now we're in the POMO, postmodern era, which has morphed into street art. But there's the book, published by the Victoria and Albert Museum. Let's go to page 15, shall we? And voila. If you want a home run, guys, you know and I know. I've sold these for $5,000 plus. The same thing on this show. I don't know what to do. You know what? If you just are a happy art collector, that's worth it. At $650 going once. Oh, they want the website? Oh, okay. Hang on. Go to my computer. YouTube, and just type in Noah Paul Gauguin. You don't need Le Carnet. The original document was shown, look in the upper left, at the Grand Palace, the National Gallery. And what they do is they go through the whole thing. Now, the original now is in the Louvre. So you go to about 1 minute and 50 seconds. I have to find it again. I went past it. Bunny, there it is. That's in the Louvre. Compare the color. Now, the original document is faded. Go back to the art. That's what it looked like when Paul Gauguin painted it. Now, again, it is an original watercolor over the print. It is a hand-painted watercolor over the print.
All right, we gotta go.
I know, I sound like a nut.
Going once, going twice. Any further advance? Sold.
Salvador Domingo Felipe Jacinto Dalí Dominiche, the Marquess of Dalí of Poubal. A Marquess, in France we would say the Marquis. He was nobility. Born May 11th, 1904, he passed away the 23rd of January, 1989. His name today is synonymous with surrealism. He was a great Spaniard, renowned for his technical skill, his precise draftsmanship, but most importantly, the striking and bizarre images in his work. He was born in Figueres, which is Catalonia, Spain. He received a very formal education in fine arts in Madrid. As a young man, like many men of his time, he was influenced by Impressionism, studied deeply the Renaissance masters from a young age. But as a young man, and being aware of global situations and reads the paper, he became increasingly attracted to Cubism and all of the avant-garde art movements. So he moved much closer to Surrealism in the late 1920s. He actually joined the Surrealist group in 1929, and it is said that he became more surreal than all of the Surrealists. His best-known work, The Persistence of Memory, was completed in August of 1931. It is the single most famous Surrealist painting. It's at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. When war loomed and reared its ugly head in 1939, even though he had a Spanish passport and was considered neutral, Spain was neutral during World War II, there was a bounty on his head for making Surrealist art. He was declared a degenerate artist, so he left for the United States in 1940. He became quite famous. He loved staying at the Hotel St. Regis. He was very brilliant. He was a genius. When he returned to Spain in 1948, did you know he lived in Monterey, California for a while in the 40s? Yeah, he did. He announced a return to the Catholic faith and developed what he called his own nuclear mysticism style. It was based on an interest in classicism, classical art, mysticism, and all the recent scientific developments. His artistic repertoire included painting, graphic arts, film, sculpture, design, photography. He would collaborate with many artists, including Alice Cooper. Matter of fact, he and Alice Cooper together made the world's first true holographic sculpture. It's at the Dali Museum in Florida. He wrote fiction, he wrote poetry, he wrote essays and criticisms. But I think his most important paper is his own diary, The Secret Life of Salvador Dali. His themes had no limit. His dreams, the subconscious, sexuality, religion, science, all of his close personal relationships. And that was to the dismay of those who held his work in high regard. And it irritated his critics that his very eccentric, his ostentatious public behavior often drew more attention than his artwork. Let's go to my computer. This is from a portfolio of 12 engravings that is an homage to Leonardo da Vinci. And it is a very, very rare, there is Dali and da Vinci. The airplane, sold out. On the left is the automobile, on the right is the computer. They're all sold, they're gone. I don't know where you're ever going to find one of these. And there it is on the right, the Westinghouse air brake. Did you know the Westinghouse air brake saved millions of lives? Because when an airplane came to a stop, you had to reverse the propeller. Stopping an airplane is very, very hard in the very beginning of aviation. The Westinghouse air brake was then applied on trains. And again, it saved, they're all sold. There's nothing left. I would love to own the telephone. The Reaper, another one, Millais Angelus, they're all gone. They're all sold out. But we have one from France by Orban Huchet, and by way of Orban Huchet. The treatise to Leonardo da Vinci, these range in price from $12,000 to $25,000. Let's go back to the art. It is full size. Unframed, the paper is 22 by 29. It is extremely valuable, and it literally is one of my highest, absolute, because one of the reasons I recommend it so much is that Salvador Dali always was enamored with genius. He did homage to Thomas Edison, homage to Da Vinci, homage to, it's on the tip of my tongue, Sigmund Freud, and many, many others. And if you read his own diary, there's no way you could read it and not come to the conclusion that Dali is a genius. It is, the first half is just comedy. It's funny. I mean, it is funny. And you will sit alone in a room and literally laugh out loud. Bah, ha, 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 ha. I mean, I did at least 5 times. And But the second half of the book is so deep about atomic theory, the theory of electrons. I know one guy who's in Mensa, Jerry Zabel. He could read it. I never did finish the book. I do know that the prices of anything he does. Just give you an example. Go to my computer. This is an unsigned print. The Biblia Sacras have been going up. If you own one, do not sell it. Do not sell it. If you own a Biblia Sacra, do not sell it. This is the old hippie. Wow, it was $25,000. It's now half off. And what is the old hippie? The old hippie. At Salvador Dali's house in Figueres, it was right on the water, the Bay of Port Lagat. And American hippies would sit outside his courtyard walls, play the guitar until he let them in. He goes, these guys look surreal. I'm going to let them in. But the value on this is that it's pencil signed. $12,000, that's a good price. Now, a full-size print like this should be above $12,000. Why? Let's go back to the art. Look at the signature. That is a spectacular signature. Now, this is also one of the largest Dali prints ever made. Most Dali prints are about, I'm going to say, about this big, maybe this big. But on the frame now, that is going to be 43 by 37. That's a 4-footer right there. And if I didn't know better, I would say that's the hydraulic, that's in gold ink as well. It's too big for me to tilt. The Westinghouse air brake, it's an air brake, saved a lot of lives. And the principle of hydraulics behind this was founded by Leonardo da Vinci. No kidding. No kidding. At $12,000 to $25,000, what would you bid? It's in a $2,000 frame. It's in a $2,000 frame. And yes, it is a museum piece, without a doubt. When I went to the Dali Museum in Figueres, Spain, and by the way, he's buried in his own museum. And I talked to the curator there, and I said, do you have all of the Dali prints? And they go, we have all of them. And I thought that was very nice because 3 weeks earlier, I was at the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg, Florida. Every Wednesday, they had a series called Coffee with the Curator. And I think Dr. Elliot King is going to lecture there this month, and he's brilliant. And I met him. He's the man who brought the Christ of St. John from Glasgow to the High Museum in Atlanta, and I got to see it. I'm still quite pleased about that. But at the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg, Florida, I was at the lecture called Coffee with a Curator, and just an odd comment thrown in. Currently, the Dali Museum in Florida has 80% of the known Dali prints. 80%? That's terrible. And so you wait till the end, you don't raise your hand right in the middle. Are there any questions? I said, why do you only have 80%? And they said, well, we're a growing museum, and this was a long time ago. And I talked to luck, fate, destiny, irony. I went to the Dali Museum in Spain, and I said, how much percentage of the Dali prints? And she said, all of them. And I said, are you sure? She goes, yes. Dali was involved in the creation of the museum. He's buried in the museum in Spain. This is a museum piece. I mean, look at the size of it. All right, here we go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime giveaway. That is all day long a $1,500, let's go low end, $1,200 frame. An homage to the great Leonardo da Vinci. Salvador Domingo Felipe Jacinto Dali Dominiche. And he was nobility. He was a marquis. But in Spain, they say Marquess. The Marquess Dali of Pubal. He bought a castle for his wife Gala. She
She insisted that the toilet seat and all of the faucets be made out of solid gold and then painted black so that only she would know. I think that's wonderful. I would do that if I was rich. Yeah, it's solid gold, but it looks black. For all of his eccentric behavior, for all of these very striking, the very bizarre images in his work, he backed it up with skill, precise workmanship, and he earned it. He spent his entire life working at his craft. It's much more. And he tied everything in from all of the advances in his lifetime. You know why the Surrealists were so important? The Surrealists were like the hippies, the radicals of their day. Primarily, the Surrealist Manifesto said that if rational thinking leads to death, then we are against it. We believe in life. In Dali's time, he witnessed how the airplane could be an instrument of peace. Nope, one of the very first things an airplane was used for is to spy on enemy troop trenches in World War I. And guess what? They didn't bomb at first. The very first thing dropped out of an airplane, lead darts into the trenches of the opponent. It wasn't until, anyhow, the train taking troops to the front line. There was a young psychoanalyst, Sigmund Freud, in the 20s, who said that mankind's motivations are subconscious. So the Surrealists said, if logical, rational thinking leads to death, let us favor the subconscious, the unconscious, the surreal. Anything that would appear in a dream would go in a painting. It's a lot deeper than that, but I must get back to the point. The Surrealists were the hippies, the beatniks of their day. They were anti-establishment. Down with the man, because government led us into World War I. The greatest killing seen on a level. And here's the irony of World War I, not lost upon the Surrealists. You know the Nobel Peace Prize is named after Alfred Nobel. He invented dynamite. It was said that because of the invention of dynamite, that war would be so horrific it would lead to global peace. Nope, sure didn't. Let's go to my computer. Dali print prices have been going up. He's always been contrarianism. These are prints, not paintings. This print on the left, do you see the same crutch and the same drawers? A piece of paper with buyer's premium, $442,000. I highly recommend good quality signed prints. This one right here. I'm sorry, I already showed that one. Sorry. To enlarge it, the other one I want to do is the Colossus. I had a chance to buy one of these for $12,000. I did not have $12,000. With buyer's premium, $93,700. They thought it would go $15,000, $25,000. Addition of $300. But it is hand-colored paper. This one is hand-colored. I'm offering you the same thing. I do not see these going down because of his place in history. Because of his place in history. I pushed too many buttons. It's going to rotate. Go back to the art. That'll take 5 minutes. This is an homage to Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci's papers in the Codex Urbanus changed history. Let's go to the certificate. The hydraulic brake, or the Westinghouse air brake, is the English title. It's in the Albert Field catalog, Michler-Lopsinger. It is the original dry point etching in colors on Vélin des Arches wove paper, hand-signed and numbered, artist proof. Artist proof. It is an artist proof, 1975. Any artist proof by Salvador Dali at one time was legally owned by Salvador Dali. That does add to the value. I'm giving this away. I don't own it. I would love to own it. All right, here we go. This has been a bidder's romp. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go.
Guys, I'm going to tell you to bid on this. Let's go to my computer. Fracking or cracking petroleum from the Homage to Leonardo da Vinci, American Inventions, 1975. This print, they thought it would go $5,000 to $8,000. This is back in 2018. Sold for $35,000. That was 8 years ago. From the Homage to Leonardo da Vinci portfolio, $35,000. $35,000. They thought it would go maybe $5,000, maybe $8,000. Same. Let's go back to the art. This one, and I did show it to you, and it's one I like. This one is go to my computer, The Harvest, from the portfolio, Leonardo da Vinci. $20,000. You sure you don't want to bid? You sure you don't want to bid? I just showed it to you. Same. Michler Lopsinger catalog number 819. Let's go back to the cert. Michler Lopsinger catalog reference 808 to 819. Yep, right in there. Well, it's not the only one. Here's another one. Go to my computer. The Automobile, Homage to Leonardo da Vinci. With buyer's premium, $17,000. You sure you don't want to bid $100? $17,000. That was 10 years ago. Buyer's market. How much? $20,000. What's the record? I want to see the record. Cracking petroleum. It means fracking. It means fracking. The Homage to Leonardo da Vinci. The all-time record. $35,000. Michler Lopsinger 808. Same. Let's go back to the art. Come on, guys. You'll never see an art dealer sell you this for $5,000. Not framed. Not for $5,000. This is live, and this is real, and this is really happening. The condition is flawless. Two things I want to point out. I don't know if I did, but this does make it more valuable. Absolutely makes it more valuable. Bottom right, let's have a look at the size of the signature. And that signature is guaranteed authentic forever. That is a full size. I'm going to guess about 5 1/4, 5 3/8. Okay, let's go to the bottom left for the bonus. Artist proof. Approuvé d'artiste. This, at one point, was legally the personal private property of Salvador Dali. We're talking museum grade. 10 cents on the dollar now. 10 cents on the dollar now. It's a great time to be an art collector.
All right, we're all fair, Rick.
Okie dokie. Going once. Going twice. Any further advance? Sold!
An astounding new artist in the realm of contemporary art, Josh Hernandez, aka Mad Charcoal, is one of the most exciting and innovative artists we introduce to our audiences. Termed A groundbreaking figure in expressive abstract realism, his evocative portraits capture human emotion and experience, blending technical mastery with raw, emotional depth. With millions of followers on Instagram and over 7 million TikTok followers, he is truly one of the most talented young artists to emerge onto the art scene. Renowned for his mastery of charcoal, he creates artworks that blend hyperrealism with emotional depth, producing works that resonate deeply with viewers and collectors. His rise in the art world has been marked by an uncompromising dedication to exploring human emotion, the fragility of existence, and the power of narrative. With a unique vision for detail, he crafts intricate, large-scale compositions that are at once haunting and captivating. His subjects, ranging from raw portraits of human faces to dynamic movement, leap off the canvas alive with intensity. The stark contrasts of light and shadow in his pieces evoke a visceral reaction, challenging viewers to confront the underlying themes that permeate his work. Through his unique, innovative use of charcoal, he has established himself as an essential voice in modern art. Mad Charcoal's fearless experimentation with tools like erasers, brushes, and the use of his hands as an artistic tool has transformed the traditionally rigid medium into a fluid, dynamic art form. Join us at the Fine Art Auction for a front row seat and experience the extraordinary artistry of Mad Charcoal as we showcase these magnificent works of art and make them available to collectors worldwide.
Now, we had Josh Hernandez, Mad Charcoal, on the show, and I want to tell you something. I truly like him. You can just tell by his demeanor, his intelligence, everything about him. He is a good human being. And how many times have we seen that on this show? These good, just decent young people. And it's just, you know, it reaffirms my faith in humanity. Self-taught, autodidact. Self-taught. He's Hispanic, of course, Hernandez. But his art is very deep. It's very visceral. And when you really look at it, it's like chaos and control. They're abstract, but they're real. A lot of them are based on his faith, his religion, but then it's got this raw emotion in it. Now, he had a rough start. Like a lot of artists, he had a rough go. And I'm thinking of Banksy and Basquiat, raised in a gritty urban heart of LA, in a rough part of town. Now he's living in Phoenix, Arizona. And I quote, "I have transformed the grit of my upbringing and the depth of my faith into a powerful visual meditation on humanity." Isn't that wonderful? And how many artists have we heard this about? When he was a little kid, he was known as the kid who draws. That's what they call him. There he is. There's the kid who draws. How many kids? Yeah, artist proof number one. Number one. How nice. He said, all right, we're going to move fast. Artist proof number one. The title is very poetic and it's like a love poem. Now, I know I'm very short on time, so I want to let you know something. Because of the internet, and he is cross-cultural, cross-continental, he has 9 million collectors and admirers. Now, if you want to go to the swanky part of town, go to Scottsdale, go to the Marshall Gallery, go to New York City, Krauss Gallery. If you're in a gallery in New York City, you're doing well. Right here in Atlanta, the Luca Gallery. But you want to know when an artist has made it? Go to my computer. When an art gallery in Manhattan looks like that, yeah, that's Josh. Mad Charcoal. Let's go back to the art. Yeah, that's the big league. That's the big league. But go to my computer one more time. I've got about a minute and a half left. He's gone into merchandise. Merchandise. Merch. And you can take his drawing class for $250. How cool is that? Oh, I didn't turn on the volume. Where's the volume?
Excited to have you guys here. I'm excited to show you how I learned to gesture draw over the years and what I do every day before I create my long-term drawings. In this course, you can expect to learn a lot of really valuable things for your art career, including what materials I use for this drawing process, the setup that I have, including my easel, my drawing board,
That's the same girl. I think it's the same model.
paper I use, my reference, even lighting to be able to draw effectively, quickly, and beautifully. So in this course, I'll be teaching you a lot of really useful skill sets and principles in the drawing process, including seeing with your eye and not with your presuppositions about what you're seeing when you're drawing, about composition and how you set up your drawing to be successful on the page and balance on the page, as well as movement to be able to show the expression.
Okay, that's his class. Anybody can take it online. There's also a shorter class. I think it's $100, and then the full course is $249. I highly recommend it. He is a teacher, a professor, 25 by 30. That is, let's go to the bottom left, right there, bottom left.
You're bidding on one, guys. 350.
And let's go to the bottom left. Thank you. Artist proof number 1. And in the bottom right, let's have a look at his signature. I love his signature.
All right, the last minute. Last minute.
Josh. Isn't that great? I just like that signature. And this is artist proof number 1. Number one. And custom framing. I'll put the frame above 500. Artist proof number 1. If you must die, I'll envy the earth that wraps her body. Oh, how romantic. She loves him. Yeah, custom cut on the window there. Yeah, I'll put the framing above 500. You think I'm kidding? Frame prices are nuts. Everything has gone up. All right, and here we go. I've got 5 and I don't have 5. Now I have 5. Hammers up. Artist proof number 1. It's free. You're at the price of the frame. You're at the price of the frame. It's free. Oh, and I want you to check. Oh, I want you to check. All right, and here we go. All right, and here we go. I've got 6 now going once. I've got 6 now going twice. That is beautiful. Oh, I made a mistake. You have a lifetime access for $49. Let me click on that. Oh, sorry. Boo-boo. I have to go back. Go to my computer. You have the gesture drawing, $249 lifetime. I thought it was a one-time. That's lifetime access. Lifetime access, lifetime, $49. And you know something, if you're an artist, never stop learning. Let's go back to the art. I'm thinking about Fernand Léger, trained as a classical architect, gave it all up. Isn't that great?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is number 1, going once. That's Beverly's bidder. Congratulations, going twice. And I have waived the buyer's premium for the winning bidder. So winning bidder, you're getting that for $800 flat plus your shipping and handling. and I can't do anything about the taxes in your state. I wish I could. Nobody despises the I, the R, and the S more than I do, but hey, we got to all pay our share. But Bev, congratulations. You wanted a $100 no buyer's premium on that for the winning bidder. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do have 4 other examples of the 22. I cannot guarantee your number that you will get, but I can guarantee you that you'll get numbers between 2 and 22. I only have 4 examples, 4 available. If you could put that in the red banner there, 4 available. And I'm going to do a quick buy it now, no buyer's premium at $349.95. $349.95 for edition numbers between 2 and 22. You're still getting the same artist proof edition. It's from the artist proof. Number 1 obviously sold for $800. So if you could put my price up there and take current bid and buy it now at $349.95, $349.95, and give me a 3-minute clock, please. I only have 4 available.
Every time I they're just texting on another phone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I had 4 available. I believe Sammy, is she taking one, Kim? Yes. All right, 1 is gone, so now we are down to 3 available at the low price of $349.95, no buyer's premium. You all just witnessed number 1 sell for $800, and I did waive the buyer's premium for that winning bidder because I was going to follow it up and offer the other edition numbers with no buyer's premium. So I like to run a fair, square house, so I figured the high bidder should get the buyer's premium waived also. So number 1 sold for $800 flat. You have your chance to collect numbers 2 to 22 for only less than half the price of number 1, $349.95. And once again, I'm down to only 3 available. 1 is gone. Please let me know if you're taking one, ladies and gentlemen. Karen, are you taking one? All right, I'm down to 2 available. Only 2 available at that very low price. How could you, you can't afford not to buy it. $349.95. I mean, would I be out on the limb here saying that's a $400 frame easily? I don't think that I'm going out on any limbs, or that's not untoward for a custom frame like that of $400. Now, once again, we own our own frame shop. We do not pay retail framing. But when I quote you prices like that, I am saying that if you took that print, if you had this print loose, and you walked into a retail framing environment, you're going to pay $400 to get that exact frame made. So once again, I only have 2 left. I believe Sammy took one, and Karen's client took one. So only 2 available, and we're down to less than a minute on this. I'm going to go ahead and move on as soon as that minute is up. I'll let you know when they sell out, because we do have the major Lifetime Jean-Michel Basquiat coming up to end the show. And then we will be back, Ray and I will be back on Sunday night. So I know, you're going to miss us until Sunday, but you're going to, absence makes the heart grow fonder. So we will see you again Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will have another loaded show for you then. So once again, I have 2 available. Only 2 of these have sold, 2 available. And we will be moving on momentarily. Once again, the size is 25 wide by 30 inches tall. And it is a beautiful image, hand signed and numbered by the artist from the artist proof. And the kicker is, and the best part about it is, coming directly from the artist. So take that for what it's worth, but that is worth a ton in the art world. So we are going to go ahead and move on to the Jean-Michel Basquiat. I only have 2 available, 2 left of the Mad Charcoal. So we will be right back with Basquiat.
Basquiat was born in Park Slope, Brooklyn on December 22nd, 1960. His father was an accountant, originally from Haiti. He loved jazz and tennis. And Basquiat's mother was from Puerto Rico. Now, she was very exotic. She was very cultivated. She spoke French and Spanish and English and made it a point to take her boy to theaters and museums. And by the time he was 4, his mother says he was drawing every day. But in Brooklyn, he ran out in front of a car, and a car hit him, and he had to have an operation. His spleen was removed. So when he was hospitalized, his mother gave him a copy of Gray's Anatomy. And you're going to see that he will make visual references to that book, as well as the accident, kind of for the rest of his life. At 15, he ran away from home, and he actually lived in Washington Square Park. That's when he discovered drugs. But to support himself, he would paint T-shirts. I saw one of them on the internet, $100,000. And he would make handmade postcards on West Broadway. He made friends with all of the young artists out there like Keith Haring and Kenny Scharf. And the three became part of this graffiti movement that thrived on the Lower East Side, the East Village, in the late 70s. And he said it was very energizing. But his graffiti stood out. It was witty, it was poetic, same-o. It almost became copyrighted. It was all over Soho, all over Tribeca, and everybody loved same-o. He said, it's a tool for mocking bogusness, if you remember the 80s. He became an underground celebrity. Nobody could ignore him. He wore a green trench coat. He had a blonde mohawk. His feet were bare. He loved bare feet. He was smart. He was funny. He was charming. He had phenomenal energy. But drugs began making him, sometimes when you talk to him, he'd be very euphoric, sometimes paranoid. But his first big break came in 1981. He found 15 pieces of lumber and foam rubber. And he began just making these drawings of cars and cartoon characters and kind of smeared. It was almost like violent. One viewer said it was frenetic, but they sold immediately. And the demand for a Basquiat original began. Everybody wanted to buy one. He said they were selling faster than he can paint them. Now, you have to remember, 1981, he's selling these for $5,000 to $10,000 each. And he said, I began living my paintings. I slept on them. I walked over them. I ate on them. I put phone numbers on them. Collectors would come to his studio. Now he could afford a studio. And he said he became a commodity. It was almost like, come and watch this artist perform. But in March of 1982, it was a sold-out show that just had so much attention. Everything sold out at such high prices that it was on the news. And that attracted the attention of one of the most famous Manhattan art dealers, Larry Gagosian, the very first of a series of powerful art dealers that would wheel and deal for him. One of his most famous clients, Larry Gagosian's famous clients, was David Geffen. And he knew he could make a lot of money on flipping these paintings. At the same time, Basquiat was so inspired. His output was phenomenal. He kept painting and kept painting. Sometimes he would do 8 paintings in 1 week. And then the dealers began to pressure him. And with that kind of pressure, he would sometimes just fly into a rage and just slash up his canvases and not deliver them. In any event, Larry Gagosian arranged for him to have a show in L.A. in April of 1982. Every painting sold in a matter of minutes. They came in and said, I'll take it. The show was sold out. By November, he was back in New York at the Fun Gallery of New York. He said, I look back and those were the best paintings I ever did. They had a rough energy. They had a nasty edge. There were portraits of my heroes, Charlie Parker, Jackie Robinson, St. Joe Louis, surrounded by snakes. And in other paintings, he said, you know, boys never become men. I had to paint my skeletons and my skulls, and I became obsessed with deconstructing my images and the languages of my fragmented world. He said, I had to hide my best paintings so they wouldn't sell them. And you know something? They were found in a warehouse after he died in Washington Heights. But I think the heart of his story becomes his collaboration with Andy Warhol.
And that was orchestrated by one of the greatest art dealers of all time, Bruno Bischofberger. He is the quintessential art dealer of the 80s. He handled Basquiat's work worldwide. He would buy everything he made in bulk. He organized a show for Basquiat in Tokyo, in Paris, then Madrid. And today, Bruno Bischofberger owns the best collection of Basquiat. It was Bischofberger that persuaded Andy Warhol to work with Basquiat. Warhol was inspired by Basquiat's energy in his youth. Basquiat idolized Andy Warhol. And I think the two of them together really embodied not just contemporary art, but contemporary culture. And he said, I began to need and really want Andy Warhol's approval. They became inseparable. They would work together. They'd go to all the parties together. Andy Warhol never took drugs. He said, but I'm appalled and at the same time fascinated by Basquiat's excesses. The big day. They had a show together at Tony Shafrazi's gallery in September of 1985. It was a glittering media event. It was a wild, noisy party afterward at the Palladium, and it hit all the news. I think that was really one of the biggest days. You know something? I really look back and I look at Basquiat's art as the true depiction of the glitzy 1980s art world. It's his art is just sharply etched. It's deadly accurate. I mean, imagination, intelligence, everything that was in the 80s is in these works of art. Basquiat himself always maintained that all he wanted was to be famous. He got his wish, of course, but that dream, because of the excesses, turned into a nightmare.
Let's go to my computer. As you know, he was a protege, a pupil of Andy Warhol. As long as I've been doing this show, Andy Warhol has been rated number 5 in the world. Andy Warhol is now rated number 6. And what does every teacher want? What does every teacher want? You want your pupil to surpass the master. Basquiat is now rated number 4 in the world. Number 4 in the world. Number 4 in the world. Just to give you an idea, what it's done to prices, that's a poster. That is a framed litho poster. It's a poster. 10 grand. That's not the only one. They're all over. That's 12,000. Why? Because it's from the Whitney Museum. 1992. He died in 1988. He died in 1988. It is not Lifetime. That is not Lifetime. During his lifetime, he would frequently go to Switzerland. And he and Andy Warhol used to love flying on the Concorde. You could go from New York City to Manhattan in 5 hours. There is Jean-Michel Basquiat, Brooke Bartlett, and Bruno Bischofberger. Who is Bruno Bischofberger? He owns one of the finest galleries in the world. He's very much alive. Born in 1940. In 1966, he's only 26, he meets Andy Warhol. They would fly back and forth between Europe and New York 5, maybe 10 times, almost every month. Because they were very wealthy, they could fly in the Concorde. Boom, you're there in 5 hours. In 1982, Bruno Bischofberger hears that Jean-Michel Basquiat has left Anina Nosse's gallery. She'd only had him for 4 or 5 months. He says, the main reason I left, the main reason I left was that despite many warnings, she was selling paintings that he said they're not finished. Here it is right here. Bischofberger becomes Basquiat's exclusive worldwide dealer. That lasts until the day he died. Now here's where it gets sad. Jean-Michel Basquiat is a member of the 27 Club. Let's go to the certificate. He died at the age, he did not see his 28th birthday.
16.
Like Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse. I love Amy Winehouse. Every song she ever did. This is Lifetime. Those $12,000 posters I was showing you were printed years after he died. This is a Lifetime first edition with the ultimate paperwork. Bruno Bischofberger, guaranteed. Guaranteed published in Zurich. Guaranteed. Not rare, extremely rare. Absolutely, absolutely a lifetime Basquiat. 28 by 25, 28 by 20. There's the yardstick right there. Very high-end framing. Glossy black lacquer. Yeah, that's a real lacquer. That's not spray paint.
17.
You can tell. You'll tell when you get it home. You'll go, oh my goodness, that's beautiful. Quality matters. Go to my computer. The main reason he left Anina Nosse's gallery, she was selling paintings that he said they're not finished. Bischofberger becomes Basquiat's exclusive worldwide art dealer. Okay, you want to see this? Okay, this one, how much? They don't know. $51,000 to $76,000. Same thing. But when was it printed? You got to read the fine print. He died in 1988. This is from his estate. Are they good? Yeah. They're fine. That was printed in 2023. Now, are these good? Yeah, because they have the contract. These are darn good, but they're not Lifetime. That is not Lifetime. What about this one? $48,000. $48,000. End-to-end gallery has a 100% positive rating. When was it printed? August of 2023. August of 2023. When was it printed? Now, it is signed by his sisters, so it's good. That's good. But it is not Lifetime. That is not Lifetime. I'm offering you a Lifetime first edition. I'm offering you a Lifetime first edition. This was printed 30 years after he died. How much? Oh, okay. What about this one? What about this one? Oh, it sold $77,000. It sold. Not Lifetime. Is this one Lifetime? Nope. Oh, yeah, it is. It is. 86. Yes, this is Lifetime. But it's a poster. It's a poster for an art show. It's a poster for an art show. Darn good art show. That's good. Huh. I'm offering you a Lifetime first edition. Lifetime first edition. What about this one? That looks great. $39,000. Printed what year? He died in 1988. He died in 1988. I'm offering you Lifetime first edition. I am offering you a Lifetime first. Why are the prices so high? Why? Oops, sorry, go back. I boo-boo. He's rated number 4 in the world. Let's go back. Go back to the art. I have, see when I go to the, okay, go to my, okay, please go to my computer. Sorry, I'm a little fumbly. Number 4 in the world. Why? He embodies life history, art history. The history of art is the history of man. Jean-Michel Basquiat is the bridge between pop art. Sorry about that. And urban art, street art, graffiti art. Andy Warhol is America's greatest artist. He embodied pop culture. All right, folks, you're about to see a 3-minute clock come up and we go off the air. If this, oops, sorry, made a boo-boo. I'm making lots of boo-boos. Go back to the art. Whew, I guess I'm tired. I don't know. I took my nap this afternoon. At $25,000 for a lifetime Basquiat. Lifetime. That is the key. Oh, he is. He is in the $100 million club. He is in the $100 million club. Go to my computer. Print. Print. These are prints. These are not paintings. A print. Lifetime. A lifetime print. $3 million. Now, it's big. The record for a print with buyer's premium, $3,680,000. It's a silk screen on canvas. $3 million. Oh, I'm sorry, $3,680,000. Let's go back to the art. If you want a home run. Wow. 2 minutes left. Bid on this. We're the only art dealer in the world doing this. We're the only art dealer in the world doing this. All right, we approach the final minute. If you want a home run, it's right here. You're literally living at the very, very best part of a buyer's market. One minute left. We will sell this tonight. This is on the auction block. What I like about it so much, it has the same-o crown. That really is his signature piece. The king and the same-o crown. Same-o. What are you guys smoking tonight? The same-o. That's what it means. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ray Taylor. On behalf of everyone here at the Fine Art Auction, thank you. Thank you for watching. I think in today's turbulent times, it's always nice to have the refuge of fine art. And whether you bid or not, I know a lot of people watch just to take their mind off all the cares and the worries in the world and just think about art for a while. And I'm glad you do, because I think art brings out our higher self. And I think that's what we need right now. Isn't that a nice thing? Feeling blue? Go to a museum. That'll make you feel good for a month. Want to feel good for 10, 20 years? Plant a tree and try to get some kids to do it. Plant a tree. I planted a tree in 1990 in Honolulu. I didn't know it was a mango tree. It's 40 feet tall now. We broadcast every Friday, Sunday, and Monday, and only here at the Fine Art Auction. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon.